Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party and Technology Thursday. I'm David Sponheim. Yes, I believe that we have a lot of problems with this president. He is now claiming he takes credit for Puerto Rico, the emergency aid that he actually fought against for weeks. Very strange. He seems to have some sort of a mental incapacity, maybe senile dementia, I don't know. But he forgets the things that he's done, and then he claims he's successful at doing them. It's as though he takes credit for everything. It's like almost an incessant pathological liar. Well, that's what Scaramucci said. He said that Donald Trump enjoys, it's fun for him. Lying is fun for him. So we don't know what to take with Donald Trump switching gears all the time. And as you know, this bipolar president, and I'm going to be the one to coin that term, I'll be the first. This bipolar president has put our nation at risk with China, the trade war that's ensuing, and believe me, China's very upset. And Donald Trump is doing things like setting up a weapons deal with Taiwan, which could amount to $2 billion, which is upsetting China like no other. And then the whole thing with Meng of Huawei being arrested for some trumped up charge that Trump came up with, claiming economic sanctions against Iran, which I said we should not impose in the way he's doing it. I was ahead of that. And he fell into that trap. And now we've got a problem with China that's bigger than big. It's getting bigger. Then, of course, we've got Mexico, and him blaming Mexico and the new president, Obrador, for all the illegal aliens that are coming into our country, which is utterly absurd. We are not in any way going to stop the flow by attacking Mexico. If anything, we need to actually help Mexico provide at least a good economy for the people so they'll stay there. Trump is doing everything wrong. Even after stealing my idea, we see the idea of the 1,000-mile fence now, and I turned it into a container fence after conferring with people in our show who brought this idea to my attention. $1 billion could actually pay for the fence entirely, and Trump continues to hem and haw and do nothing. Steve Bannon had a really good week. He put in a 1-mile fence with a whole crew of teams. He got private land to do it. And he showed the world that it could be done rather quickly. So I'm not sure what you're waiting for, Trump. Steve Bannon's got you beat on that one. Yeah, bold move by Steve Bannon, and I actually think that's good. But stealing the 1,000-mile fence idea from me, like Trump did, doesn't necessarily equate to a safe border, because he didn't do it. He didn't actually implement the plan. We have a couple people we have to pull out of the show because of I don't think you saw anything. The thing is, I'm wearing a shirt that's kind of let's just say it's unusual. All right? Okay. I'm trying out this shirt because I'm going to be traveling, and yeah, I want to be safe, if you know what I mean. Have you heard Russian hackers have been going after streamers to dox them? Check your Windows security fault by typing Alt F4. You know, I don't have a problem. I've never had a problem. I'm running like 5 or 6 parallel systems monitoring every single input and output of every port that I control. And there's nothing happening. Yeah. Never had a problem, really, because we use really strong barriers to get people safe. Trump supporter hit by milkshake amid chants Nazi scum off our streets. So now people are calling Trump supporters Nazi scum. I wonder why. Yeah. Is Trump really, just because he read Hitler's speeches when he was a young man, married to Ivana Trump, it's in the deposition in their divorce, doesn't mean he's a Nazi, does it? Well, then again, he's surrounded by Ashkenazis, the swamp, so yeah. You got all those people that are, close to him that could easily influence public opinion. Yeah, all of that could very well be a factor.
Wilbur Ross Jr., billionaire investor and former senior managing director of Rothschilds Incorporated for 25 years, Secretary of Commerce, donor, Trump Victory Fund. Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council. Secretary, United States Department of Commerce. Ashkenazi Jew.
And I want everyone to know that I am not in any way prejudicial against Ashkenazi Jews. I'm not. And I'm not trying to make you people out to be the bad guy. It just so happens that many of you are surrounding the Trump administration, just like Hitler was surrounded by many of the Ashkenazis. And it just begins to sound more and more like extreme corruption. And that's what happened during Hitler's time with Ashkenazis, and it's happening again. So, yeah, and I really believe that this is actually a Zionist attack on our country from within. And we're not battling Russia, we're actually battling Zionism, extreme Zionism. It's latched like an ironclad hold over our country's foreign policy. That's why we're still in two wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, and Trump's even thinking about a third, Iran. All right, so milkshake was thrown at a man during an incident at London's Parliament Square on Tuesday amid arguments between groups supporting and against U.S. President Donald Trump, who was in Britain on a 3-day visit. Wow, he's still there? No, that was 2 days ago. Okay, yeah, they were throwing milkshakes. They carefully manipulate media, banking, politics, exactly. So bear in mind, everybody, well, we know that Donald Trump has a 4th grade reading capacity. And if you pull up Hitler's speeches, a 4th grader can read them. Yes. You try to use your brain next time when you come in the show. I hear that Russians are trying to, get Mark to pull the plug on our Vaughn Live show, yeah. But the good news is we're opening up our Twitch show soon, so it won't even matter. Isn't that great? I know. Okay, we were told to go into the room. Ilya Korobovich is in the room. Hello? David, can I post you from some GMA from your cooking? I don't understand. Smegma? I don't understand. Okay, this is game over for you, really? You've been in many fights and you're my next victim. Watch yourself, Dave. Wow, game over. Look at that. You haven't been in any fights, buddy. I can read your chat. It shows me a pathetic person. I'm gonna say you're about 29 going on 30. You live in a remote area of the country, and you actually think the internet's safe. You're running 3 VPNs, which are all owned by the government. Wow. So you really aren't very safe, are you? And by the way, your voice is recorded. Every time you call our phone and threaten me, your voice is recorded. Yes, and your voice is like a footprint. We have the technology now to literally look at anybody's voice and identify the location of that person. Yeah. It's just amazing. We have your voice on record 37,000 times in your life. So don't worry. Yeah, we'll be able to find you. Unreal. Okay, we're going to go back to the news. But yesterday we had a landmark story. The Supreme Court just made it easier for police to arrest you for filming them. Now they're just ramrodding this through the Supreme Court. As you know, Gorsuch, who came from a university club called Fascism Forever. He's kind of leading this group, and Justice Roberts, who took over Rehnquist's position many years ago, he's an epileptic, and he's easily led, I think. So Gorsuch is kind of leading Roberts around, in my opinion, and they're getting very conservative. And of course, Clarence Thomas is talking about women's rights and right to life, and telling women that they can't abort at all, and all this stuff. And all of this on the heels of an illegal election where Russia rigged the election for a Republican to win. No, I don't believe that Jimi Hendrix was involved in the Watergate break-in. Sorry. So instead of purple haze all through my head, is like anyway, let's move on. Hey Joe, where are you going with that gun in your hand? the lyrics just don't match up. Now, if you said it was Bob Marley and I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy there. If that was the case, that would be a different story. And I would never shoot a sheriff. Yeah, but that's quite a song. Yeah. Hey, I'm glad I'm reading chat. You guys are awesome. And Ilya, you have the ability to chat, no problem. Many people trying to get into Y99 room having big problem from all around the world. We realize that it is being DDoSed like any other attack on our show. News. Don't want to see Trump? Okay. Pelosi is now telling her side of the story. She says she doesn't want to see.
President Trump and other world leaders honored the soldiers who fought to free Europe from the Nazis and save democracy during D-Day 75 years ago today. 2 million troops from 12 countries took part in what was codenamed Operation Overlord, launched June 4th, 1944. 76th, 1944. 73,000 Americans were part of the forces that stormed the beaches of northern France. The German nurse convicted of killing 85 of his patients was sentenced to life this morning in prison. 42-year-old Niles Hogel is considered Germany's deadliest post-war serial killer.
I wasn't expecting you to get the news here, so let's just move to the story. U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi told a meeting of senior Democratic leaders that she'd prefer to see President Donald Trump in prison rather than pursue impeachment. Pelosi rebuffed House Judiciary Committee Chairman Gerald Nadler of New York, who again asked the Speaker's permission to launch an impeachment inquiry, according to the Politico report, which cited unnamed multiple Democratic sources familiar with the Tuesday meeting. So apparently Nancy Pelosi is putting the brakes on impeachment. Nadler wants to go head first right into it. And we've got a person who's grossing people out on Cam 3. No nudity and no reviling things or I'll kick you out. Okay? Thanks. I am taking a vacation, yes. I am. We will be doing a modified schedule, hopefully 6 to 8 will be our show. We're gonna shoot for 6 to 9, but 6 to 8 will be our show. Yep. We'll see how it goes. There won't be a video segment in the show over the summertime. So that's one way we're doing it. If we do have a video segment, it's because I'm feeling like playing videos. All right. I don't have any Mexican avocados, tortillas for Mexico. I did make a chile with a pasta. Another brother is in. He was in last night talking about how he dislikes the Clintons. Something fierce. He's overseas. But you like Trump, huh? Okay, thanks, another brother. Oh, come on. You're out of here. Half undressed. Not you, another brother. Some guy in Cam 3. I had to remove him. No, you do look a little like Mr. Rogers. More of an Asian Mr. Rogers, but yes. There you go. It's the Asian version. You're Amerasian, I believe. Just from looking at you, I can see a European in your background. Yes. I'm going to guess Amerasian, possibly Italian, Asian. Guessing your background. Hey, neighbor. How are you in the neighborhood? Won't you be my neighbor? Okay, so let's just examine the reality that they're going to be able to tell you can't even question the cops. The First Amendment makes it unconstitutional, right, for government officials to retaliate against you because they dislike your speech. So technically, you could actually tell a cop a number of things and get away with it, but not according to the cop. The cop will probably mistreat you. And if he does, he'll get away with that too. Because at the same time, the federal law gives you the right to sue state officials for compensation if they violate constitutional rights, such as your right to freedom of speech. But on Tuesday, the Supreme Court invented a rule that will often allow police officers to arrest people in retaliation for disfavored speech without liability. So if you say, hey, you scum sucker or whatever, they can arrest you for saying that, even though you have the constitutional right to say it. Now, this is a very dark day when our Constitution is being perverted by our conservative justices. And I'm sure Gorsuch is along with that list, along with Brett Kavanaugh now. And all these conservative judges are now siding with police brutality, basically, giving them the rights to take you and do whatever they want. And no one's going to question this. By enabling police officers to target viewpoints they dislike with near impunity, the decision could be catastrophic for protesters and the press. The justices, meanwhile, didn't even try to ground their decision in the text or history of the statute they were interpreting. Instead, the court was surprisingly frank about its rationale. The justices simply don't want police officers to have to defend themselves in court against these types of allegations. Can you imagine? They're siding with anybody arresting you for saying anything to a cop. So it's taking away that fine line of what are you doing that's illegal, and are you posing a threat or a danger to others? It takes a complete about face and says, no, if you say anything and they deem it inappropriate, you could say, hi, I didn't do anything wrong. Shut up. You're going to jail now, buddy. Hi, I didn't mean to say anything. Shut up. You're going to jail now, buddy. How do you like that? Yeah, that's how it is. You can't say anything. It's best to say little, very little. Yeah, always apologize too. All right, so that's kind of messed up and screwed up because of the Russians cheating in our election and allowing Trump to stack a alleged rapist and alcoholic, Brett Kavanaugh, in the court system. And they're waiting, gosh, they're waiting for Justice Greenberg to die. I mean, any Bader Ginsburg rather, anybody who questions Ruth Bader Ginsburg's position right now has to actually get her in front of you, and she has to actually speak. Let me take a look at if Justice Bader Ginsburg is around. Let's see if we have a photo from 2019. Wait a second, let's take a look. We're looking to see if this is an actual photo. This says 2019 on it. Let's take a look. Visit. Take me to your leader. She's the reigning Democrat, still holding her position. Okay, this is January 2019. She has no remaining signs of cancer and will return to the Supreme Court. But this was from a talk in Georgetown University 6 months prior. So that's not a current picture either. Okay. Interesting. Let's see if this is current. She's on track to get back on the bench. Let's look at this picture. No, this was taken September 26, 2018. Does anyone have a current picture of this woman? Because I can't find one current picture of Ruth Bader Ginsburg at all anywhere on the internet. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there. I think they're faking her condition. As much as I want the court to be balanced, but if she doesn't show up at some function real soon. I mean, what is this? June? And we're waiting, 6 months to see a picture of her? I don't know anything. There's nothing current. I'm not going to go ahead and assume she's okay. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and adjust the stove so nothing burns. Yeah, I have to give everything a little spin. So what I'm going to do is take you to a little time many years ago where I actually did a little video with Sarah on the beach. This is 10 years ago. We were talking about the country under Obama, and it's just amazing how, we're still in the situation where the elitists are taking us down the wrong road.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim. It's been about 100 days since Barack Obama took office as President of the United States. In that time period, he spent close to $3.2 trillion. Money we don't have. Money we won't even have in the next 10 years. And I'm beginning to think that he's not the guy for the job. And if you agree with me, and like many Democrats, I left the Democratic Party because Barack Obama didn't really come across as an honest person to me. So I suggest you vote for me in 2012 as an America's third party candidate and begin changing this government from the top down. Bring honesty back to America. Bring honesty back to politics. And that's what I think we can do. So join us and visit us every day at Blog TV, blogtv.com/people/America's Third Party. We're on every day trying to talk to you and trying to find out how you feel about this country. We're walking along the beach here in Washington, and it's so beautiful. And like I said, this is the environment we want to protect all around the country. But the problem is, we've got a president named Barack Obama who spent the last 100 days spending money we don't have. Money that our children and their children don't have. And we're wondering what the heck is going on. Well, I can tell you one thing. I can manage this country a lot better than Barack Obama. I'm David John Sponheim. And I think the key is to actually find the waste. Now, Barack Obama said he's going to find $2 trillion in waste. I want to see him find that waste before he starts spending our money. And I could guarantee you I could find that waste. And then I'll direct that money to jobs, green tech jobs. With a 6-week to 6-month training period, everybody could be working and getting a good job, good employment, good living wage. So let's get this country back on track. Let's get out of debt and improve our environment. That's what it's all about. Hi. You're probably wondering where our country's going. I know I am.
All right. So that was me 10 years ago, and here I am today. Right. And I can tell you that not a lot has changed from my perspective, except I've become a lot wiser as to the corruption and what is causing it in America. And if I had a real solid, good feeling about the two parties, I'd still be running or considering myself a Democrat or Republican. And I'm not, and I never will go back unless, of course, it's absolutely necessary for the country for me to be a Democrat or Republican, but I've never been a Republican. Yeah, and Jim just lost his account for that reason, so thank you. It's actually the lighting. You know, I was outside that day, and it was pretty bright, and it was just a kind of a casual conversation. I was experimenting with YouTube at the time. We weren't censored at this time. I was getting 20,000 hits a week, and it was amazing. The problem of censorship started right after this time period when this video was taken. So I'm convinced that they're very frightened of a third party forming, and they're doing everything they can to stop us. And it's sad because we really need a third party. A Gallup poll was taken about 6 months ago, and they said 57% of the population wants a third party. This is a tie I picked up in 2010. So this is a 9-year-old tie I got from a friend of mine. He just didn't want these ties. This is a Ron Shearskin, like $100 tie. He didn't want them, and he got tired of them. He was a salesman for years, and he spent a lot of money on ties. So he said, hey, go through there, grab 10 of them. I said, sure. Yes, the police actually did every protocol necessary to retain and control me, but I did not resist. And the best thing to do is relax completely, get into kind of a Zen meditative state. I would never have expected I would be handcuffed 3 years ago in front of my house on some ridiculous call from some kid pretending to be me, claiming to be a violent criminal. I would never expect my police force to be that stupid as to not actually trace the person's voice and match it against the file I had in their possession. Over 3.5 years ago this happened. Yeah, but maybe even 4. It's almost 4 years now. You're right. And I must tell you, if you put up resistance to anything, even if I were to say you can't come into my house without a warrant, they probably would have knocked it down and started shooting. Yeah, but it would have been an even bigger thing. So I just opened the door and said, yeah, do whatever you have to do. And it was 10 minutes, the whole thing was over. Absolutely. I was shocked at how frightened the police officers were around me. I was completely calm as a cucumber, and cool as a cucumber, as they say, but I had to be, because they were really frightened. I've never seen anything like it. I really was quite amazed. And I wouldn't rely on those people in defending the area. If I were a commander, I would have looked at those guys and said, no, you're not really capable of facing battle. Yet they all have 2-day training courses in SWAT. It's ridiculous. And to this day, they still have not put a police report in for that event that happened, and I quantified the event. So it's still an open case, meaning there's no statute of limitations on what they did to me. 15 police officers came to my home and actually it completely interrupted our show. It was bizarre. And to this day, I've never gotten an apology from these people, nor a police report, which is very, very suspicious. I have a lot of things that I'm still researching about this, and it'll, of course, be added to my book, which I'm writing.
So I went outside, and I immediately saw a sting operation in my neighborhood.
The SWAT team had a controversial politician surrounded Friday night. They raced to his house thinking he'd stabbed his girlfriend to death, but it was a prank call. Authorities are looking for a man who called in the fake hostage situation.
And that call resulted in a SWAT situation outside the home of a third-party presidential candidate on Whidbey Island. KIRO 7's Natasha Chen found out this is not the first time that candidate has been targeted.
The process was, she was ahead of me and she had to lay down, and then I had to lay down, and then they cuffed me.
One moment, David Sponheim was inside his home doing his nightly video chat with supporters. The next moment, he was on the ground in his driveway with SWAT surrounding him.
It was almost surreal.
It was all because of this call.
Okay, and you said you just stabbed your girlfriend?
Yes,
okay.
I think she's dead. Her nieces are tied up in the bathroom right now.
Okay, well listen, what's your name?
Her name is David.
That wasn't him, but the caller gave dispatch Sponheim's address.
This is not the first time Sponheim says he's been the victim of a hoax. Several years ago, he said there was a bomb threat. Then 2 months ago in June, someone called in a threat, again pretending to be him.
It's evil in the sense that it's a sick joke. It's a sick hoax that people are trying to, they think it's funny.
Even though Sponheim says he gave the sheriff deputies his phone number during the last hoax, the sheriff told me they somehow didn't store it in their system. Sponheim says detectives should have realized it was a prank because they even got on Sponheim's live video chat to ask his partner to call 911. I asked Sponheim whether he's being targeted because of videos he's done in blackface.
It's ironic people don't understand that this country was founded on and predicated on freedom of speech, and my right to impersonate the president was paramount.
But he and the sheriff are frustrated at how these pranks wasted important resources.
You can't possibly expect to get away with it. There's a lot of weirdos out there that are going to come out of the closet thinking that they can take a pot shot at somebody like me.
In Oak Harbor, Natasha Chen, KIRO 7 News.
All of this is very tragic and unfortunate. And in a way, I've been able to look at every aspect of this event from my perspective, and I've amassed a great deal of information that will ultimately help me get to the bottom of it. I have names of people at various levels of government, too, that may have participated in that, which is very strange. I cannot validate or verify any of the information I've gotten because it's been released through email of people that knew exactly what happened, and they told me that this whole thing was intentional, and it wasn't just some kid. Now, I'm not sure what that really meant, but I do know that it will lead to an investigation. No, I don't have an address in a phone book. I ran for public office, so I was required to use public disclosure law. And to meet public disclosure law, I had to print the location of our address at the time. Well, I don't have anything bad to say about the newscaster. She didn't return my email. I will tell you that. She would not return my email, which I found odd. Anyway, the whole interview lasted 40 minutes or 20 minutes this time, and there was a previous incident where they interviewed me for 20 minutes as well, the same station, and they never played the videos. I have about 40 minutes of recorded video on Beta SP that they never actually played. They just played that 12-second snippet of me talking. And there was a previous time where I was interviewed as well, because we had a bomb threat back in 2010 here at the House. And we had to have the Navy bomb squad come out and look at packages that had been delivered, and a credible threat had come into our show. So, yeah, we had to deal with that as well. So that was already in file. The CD of all the different threats were on file with the sheriff, and he didn't even consult the CD to verify that that was my voice. And I had a show playing live. They called in, and they even heard me on the show. Clearly not the young man that they had on the phone. And they still did the SWAT, even after talking to me on the phone and hearing my voice was not his voice. So there's a lot of protocol issues and procedural issues that need to be addressed about swatting. We all know about the Wichita swatting that killed a young man who simply heard something in front of his house and said, "Mom, I'm going to go get the door," and literally walked to the door and saw people across the street with guns and lights facing him, and he put his hands up like this. And then he dropped his hand like that, and the cop put a bullet right through his heart and killed the young man. He was about 25 years old. Completely innocent. His house didn't even match the SWAT call. The person who the SWAT call was about wasn't living at that location. They didn't even cross-reference the name of the SWAT victim, the person who's being swatted, with the name of the person that they actually killed. They didn't even check the location to match his name. No police work went into that Wichita killing, and consequently, the man who did shoot the guy is walking free. In fact, he's a star on the Cops show. They do a cop show out of Wichita. You've probably seen it on cable, and he's one of their stars, the guy who shot this young man for no reason. So there's a lot of protocol issues that need to be addressed and haven't been by any president. I'll make that a high priority. Sensitivity training for all police officers who take federal funds, and any police precinct, city, state, county that takes federal money will have to abide by the sensitivity training clause that we're going to offer with the money. Otherwise, we won't give you money. That's one way of stopping this terrible brutality in our country. Yes, I'll play the video for you on cue. Let's go to the green room and play Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Now, for those of you who do lip reading, I deliver a speech for everybody, very, very specific, with the sound off, and I'm glad I was able to do that. Yeah, I oftentimes with the sound off, I can deliver a speech that's pretty poignant, and many people later will read my lips and realize what I said and went, wow, this guy was predicting all this in advance with lip readers who are obviously,
Absolutely.
they're able, people lip read, they do it. People with hearing problems can lip read.
Okay.
No, I purposely deliver really cutting edge points directly to the audience for about maybe a minute.
Close this so we can see something. Like, is there a way?
Well, I try to get into the room from the link. And if you're not signed in as a Y99 guest, it just sends you to this location. So people have to sign in as a guest somehow to get in there. There's a big, huge barrier to getting into the room, because I did it from the other laptop, and it just pops up. The Y99 show pops up and nothing else when you hit the room. So there's no direct link to the room. And I'm wondering.
Down below.
Oh, there is a direct link down below?
Here, yeah, get it, and it's down below.
Okay, well, I'll bring the other computer in. You can test it out a little bit later. Sarah's here. She's going to give me a break. I will be back to talk to you guys more about the politics of the day. Not much to talk about. Trump insulted Pelosi and Mueller at a cemetery for American World War II victims and dead. Trump D-Day memorial insulting Pelosi and Mueller. Okay. The bipolar president continues to shock the world. News at 11. I don't have a hair piece. This is my real hair. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Where was that from? I don't know. I think I'm going to clear the chat over at that Y99 site. Oh, that came from you, Pirate. Got it. Isn't that the usual song? That's what I'm used to. Not that it's my favorite, but it's not. And he claims it's sausages, not hot dogs, but anyway. Yeah, has he cooked that before on his cooking show? Or is he just decided to show you what he normally cooks? I'm happy for myself. Add a little cheese and it'll be fine. Add some melted cheese, makes everything better. That's my belief. No offense. Thank you so much for your high compliment. Why would people get offended if you say you find them attractive? I don't get that, but I think it's a compliment and I say thank you. If you added the prefix un, then I might get offended. I find you incredibly unattractive. That would be really bad. Hot dogs and beans in American tradition. Before the tariff deadline, Mexican armed forces meet migrants near the border. Mexican armed forces have doubled down their efforts to restrict migrant caravans from crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. Mexican armed forces have done that? World leaders are paying tribute to veterans at Normandy. Haha, Tom. That's pretty funny. I'm going to put my feet up. Oh, that's very good. I needed to put my feet up. I love that, 557. I was just talking to someone about science yesterday and how it's pretty amazing that scientists can tell the composition of distant stars based on the light that comes from the distant stars. I find that pretty amazing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my leather jacket too. I have some leather pants, but I wore those yesterday. Today I wore a jean dress and a leather jacket, some black socks, and some sandals. And my sandals were, my feet were definitely hurting by the end of the day. All right. Ocasio-Cortez says that she thinks she's fighting against solitary confinement for Paul Manafort and Rikers. Trump administration stopped cruises to to Cuba. They and GOP senators are clashing with Trump over tariffs on Mexico. And then meanwhile, a judge rejected the House Democrats' lawsuit that was trying to block Trump's border wall funding, creative funding. From the left, the border is in crisis. Here's how it got this bad. The Virginia Beach shooting is reinvigorating the gun debate. Trump calls for Mexico to step up as the trade talks have been extended.
All right.
So, you want me to move?
No, I got it. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. Thank you. When
it comes to the Senate, Democrats have their work cut out for them.
You know, Pelosi wants to put Donald Trump in prison, but she doesn't want to pursue impeachment. Now that's absurd. She's making statements that are beginning. Yeah, she wants to put him in prison, but she doesn't want to pursue impeachment, which she blocked Jared Nadler's request to begin the impeachment process today. And people are thinking that Nancy Pelosi is a total shill for not even bothering to pursue the impeachment. It's very suspicious what she's doing. She's acting like a total barrier to democracy and democratic action here. It's beyond belief what she's doing. And she's making brash statements, kind of like acting like Trump, wanting him in prison as opposed to just processing him with an impeachment. So, words don't cut it. Actions speak louder than words.
Do you want me to look at that thing?
Yeah, you can go to Y99 and you'll just click a new browser there.
So this one you're saying? Right?
Yeah, click that.
I did this before. Oh, that's weird.
And it goes there. Now, it directs you to the Y99 main page on Google.
Wait, that's because there's a space there. That's weird.
Yeah, I noticed there's a problem, and there are barriers now for people to get in at that network.
What I'm doing right now is I'm checking this chat room. I'm not going to deal with it right now. No, I don't, Hot Reels. I really don't. Cold. Your coffee's cold, but it tastes great. You forgot you had a cup. When you have cold coffee on a day like today, you turn it into iced coffee. Add some ice and some milk and some sugar. There you go. Oh. Does David have any magazines hidden away? Hello, Michael, 1985. I'm sure he does. David has lots of magazines hidden away. None with any male pictures. Except, yeah, nothing with what you're referring to anyway. David's attracted to women. Victory for cake, huh? Yeah, I'll probably end up just banning him. He doesn't. Whatever that means. Is that like a thing for gay? David is definitely not gay. How are you, Michael? And Can't Enter and Ilya. I was reading the news, but part of me, sometimes the news is just so sad and depressing. I'd rather just relax. I can see, well, I understand your frustration, 557. That would be frustrating for sure. That was her reasoning. That's kind of a cop-out, don't you think? I mean, I think that's just kind of a cop-out reason, 557. Wouldn't it be bad for someone who's older, 631? I mean, sure, it would be. They say it's cleaner, easier to take care of. Oh. Maybe. Hello, Senator. Welcome to the room. All right. You can tell me, I'll read all the news headlines and you can tell me if there's anything you want me to look at in more depth. I'm just going to go down the center section first. Or up from the bottom. White House tells Hicks and Donaldson not to turn over certain documents to the House Judiciary. Do you think that's even valid or allowed? I don't think so. An audit finds evidence of Google bias towards certain media outlets. I kind of do want to read that in more detail. I'm getting my news from a site called allsides.com. Most of them have a left-leaning political bias. One-sided information isn't healthy for democracy, but yet the world's most popular source of news and information displays a major bias. In October, All Sides conducted a 39-page Google bias report and found Google News is biased 65% toward left and left-leaning news sources. Now, a new audit by the Computational Journalism Lab at Northwestern University bolsters the claim. Google's top story section, which often appears at the very top of search results, favors a very small number of media outlets. Unban what name? You're typing in the chat room, so you're not banned. You're English, Michael, and that happened to you? I'm sorry. Geez, some people, yeah, never mind. And what didn't have to do with your religion, it had to do with your body. Joe Biden and Sanders lead Trump in a battleground state Michigan poll. Liberals are ripping Democratic leaders for writing a drug pricing bill in secret. Hello from Albania. Or hello, Albania person. Bezos thinks space exploration is necessary to save Earth. There's been over 1 million illegals this year. Military standing down and painting barriers. I wonder what that means. Oh, so they're going to let women... That's why you're getting purged. You're using foul language. There's a video of massive mob walking around a border wall. Oh, the U.S. military personnel have been ordered to paint border barriers to improve aesthetic appearance.
President Trump reportedly told officials he wants the wall at the U.S.-Mexico border to be made up of a steel bollard fence painted flat black so it's too hot to climb in the summer. He
wants it painted flat black so it's too hot to climb in the summer. Now, I purged you twice hoping you would get the message. Now I'm going to mute you, and 2 mutes will get a ban. So Senator Dick Durbin said on Twitter Wednesday afternoon the Department of Homeland Security informed Congress that troops are going to spend the next month painting barriers. The primary purpose is to improve aesthetic appearance. And Senator Dick Durbin calls it a disgraceful misuse of taxpayer dollars. Our military has more important work to do than making Trump's wall aesthetically beautiful. An unspecified number of service members would paint barriers in Calexico, California. It's a city located along the southern border. While the primary purpose is to improve the aesthetic appearance of the wall, there may also be an operational benefit based on our experience with painted barrier in Nogales, Arizona, the email read. Painting border barriers in Tucson, Arizona helped Border Patrol agents combat camouflaging tactics of illegal border crossers who tried to escape detection. And DHS added that migrants appear to have more difficulty climbing painted barriers. Yeah, you already said that, Victory for Cake. That's a good thing you can enter in here. Okay. Is it important you join Y99? No, not really. Not important.
Okay, I made a dinner that you don't want to have because it has beef hot dogs in it, but
Oh, it does actually have hot dogs in it.
beef hot dogs, yeah. But I would recommend the chicken salad I made. You can have all of that and Brussels sprouts. Thank you.
Sure.
I set it out there for you so you can just have that. It's a pretty good chicken salad I made it with curry in it and a little sesame oil.
Okay.
Okay, we got a big request to unban G. Gord Liddy. Really? Why? Are you a friend of his, Mad Dog?
I think it's his other personality when he's drinking.
Oh, I was wondering. Yeah. So Nancy Pelosi's turning out to be basically worthless. Yeah. What a speaker, The Speaker of the House that cannot even assemble an impeachment hearing. It's absurd. Something wrong with the coloring here. I think I'm a little too bland. It's a little better. No, she gets fake applause at the end of her time. This is her first 20-minute break, 30-minute break. I played Larry earlier, Hot Rails. Yeah, we only get one Larry per night now. I do like hot peppers. Oh, great. Yeah. The best peppers really are poblanos because they're really mild and you can put them in everything. Yeah, and the hot peppers themselves are, great, except, a little goes a long way, but you want peppers like Anaheim peppers or poblanos that you can pretty much, get the peppery taste without too much. Fresnos are good. Ghost peppers are good, yeah. Ghost peppers can be a little bit harsh. They put them in vinegar normally. Yeah, I was a pepper guy when I was young. But as you get older, you don't really want to have the after effects of peppers. So, and bear in mind, they have a higher incidence of colon cancer in Mexico and South America than they do in North America. That's just a significant side note. So the more hot peppers you put through your system, you may be taxing your system as well. So it's not like, yeah, I can handle anything. I'll do that pepper, no problem. You're a pepper, I'm a pepper. We're all preppers. We had preppers in our show recently. Yeah. A lot of people come here because they want to prep. Donald Trump is now putting up a fight to get any access to even his state taxes. New York offers up Trump's state tax returns, but one lawmaker stands in the way. Yeah, you got people standing in the way. House Ways and Means Chairman Richard Neal is saying no to a fully legal House Ways and Means request for Donald Trump's taxes. And I'm wondering, is Richard Neal receiving money from Russia to get reelected? Because it certainly seems that way. I mean, Mitch McConnell is. Lindsey Graham is. If you didn't realize our top Republican senators are getting money from Russia every year, then you need to get on board with that reality and start realizing it. They're paid off. I know, it's bizarre, isn't it? I know, it's like, God, rumbumba. Hey, what's going on? You want to see that? Okay, I have that in the green room on tap. What's going on?
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yes, I'm glad you enjoyed the one chance you have to see that guy. He is a YouTube star, and he doesn't say anything except what he says, and people like that simplicity of just, So if you go on YouTube and you do that, apparently you can become a real big success. Yeah. No, it was not me as a young man. I have no relationship, or he's not no. I don't have a child. And I chose not to have kids for a reason, because Frankly, I'm too cool. Yeah, too cool for kids. Kids take you down. They make you age really fast. Yeah, I know. You're my babies. Yeah, when you look at your kids and they're growing up, it's like, wow, you're 20 already? That makes me feel like I'm really old. It's kind of a bummer. Yeah. I know that I can get my genetic material stored and then replicated using clone and splicing techniques. I have no fear that I will have offspring on this planet someday. But it's not really important that a woman has to carry my child just because, I gotta feel like a man. I'm sure I'd make a great father in a virtual way. I could put out like Superman had his parents talk to him. Son, do not fall off the horse and break your neck. Remember that? Christopher Reeves. Well, I would love to be able to talk to my children. And in a way, my shows are my chance to say, hi, little ones. It's your dad. Bah. Hopefully don't splice him with a sheep or anything like that. That'd be terrible. Little David's on sheeps. Bah. What man's name do you have on your underwear? That's a sick, weird, homosexual question. What's your problem? Yeah, you're to be purged, not to be talked to. Some of these guys that are just hating on women are now like acting gay. Do you think you'll ever regret not having children? Well, when I get to be about 200, yeah. I would expect I'll look back and go, gosh, I could have had how many clones by this time and not one of them ever made it through the in vitro stage. I would have been a contender. I don't talk about brands of underwear. That's gay. Come on, dude. What's your problem? Are you turning that way too? Yeah, it seems like all of you are taking in. Did Sarah unban Victory for Cake? Thank you, Sarah. Yes. I didn't realize. Yeah, he had requested. I saw it earlier in the chat, but I look a lot like this guy. Yes, that's who I am. As you can see, I am exactly that. Okay. Hi. Okay, that's good. We're on it now. Any questions at all about the State of the Union, the state of the disunion, the state of corruption, the state you're living in? Anything at all? We can go to our desk unit called coolrock.com and bring up instantaneous results. That's me, yeah. I have established a website that I can use to keep my mind busy because, as you know, I frequently need to doodle and do various things. So I created coolrock.com, and it gives me a chance to read the chat and also look at any aspect of entertainment that I want. Like, I could play music. Scissor Fights music is here. Very cool stuff. I want to get close to you. And many other stuff. He's got new stuff here. Yeah. And you can check out any one of his songs. And then you can also play the drum machine. You can also interact with a computer. Just hit the play button here. Wow. And it makes new things, so you... Isn't that interesting? I'm communicating with an AI system right now. Wow. It's sending back mnemonic tones that are able to communicate through binary sequencing. Okay, moving on. Technology Thursday's kind of adapted, kind of come forth so fast that it's almost too fast for me. I don't have a virtual headset. I don't have a VR system. I'm a little bit suspicious that it's going to affect my eyes when I look at, out a VR headset. But to get a site like this to just, experiment with is fun. This can turn your entire keyboard into a keyboard.
I tried that white shelf, it doesn't work.
Okay, we'll just do one rack.
I did a setup.
What, a hierarchy? Up the sides?
Oh, you can see.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you for trying. Anyway, we've got Mr. Doob here too, which is amazing. I tend to like the kind of the 60s-esque Peter Max thing going on here. You are looking into the crystal ball. Do not stare into the crystal ball or you will go to heaven. And then all of a sudden you're in heaven. Yeah. It's Mr. Doob, not Mr. Doobster. And in the center here is the type thing. You can type anything and it'll say anything. Click enter. Type hi. Okay. But next to that is this cool gateway to VR. And I don't think you have photographs of my nipples. During the show, you were looking at some of the straps on my bulletproof vest. I'm so sorry for you. You are obviously mentally ill and need to seek professional help. But you can open up any one of these things and have a really cool experience. I mean, every one of them is bizarre and interesting. Everything is interactive, virtual reality. And it's like you're using the essence of the cloud with Mr. Doob. Isn't that weird? I'm freaking out. Okay. Weird stuff going on here. You want to go back to Larry Sinclair? You're getting bored? Okay. Well, that's why I created this site, coolrock.com. And you can get news from all different sides. Before the tariff deadline, Mexican armed forces meet migrants near the border. So apparently there's a tariff deadline that's going to push various elements of immigration problems in our way. Yeah, we'll see that. And then here you can find out about America. So you want to find out about Utah. The state known as Utah began when Brigham Young led the group of Mormon pilgrims seeking freedom from religious persecution into the Great Salt Lake Valley, where they established a settlement in 1847. And in 2016, Donald Trump decided to sell off 95% of the national park land to private industry to do mining operations. But anyway, you can find out all kinds of good stuff here at Cool Rock. And the best part about Cool Rock is this area right here. I put it right up at the top. Web Oasis. And you want to have fun, check the sidebar at Web Oasis and go to the arcade down here. And click on the pinball machine. It's really cool. I enjoy this. Here we go. Let me get my best shot. Yeah, a bonus point. Oh, it penalizes. Yeah, apparently that's a penalty. So I've been practicing. Anyway, you can't stop the fun. It just goes on. And I had a guy in here the other night playing pinball. He got it up to 212,000 points. No, I don't have that game. Do you have the game Hide the Fart? I don't. I'm checking my database. No, I don't have that game. When was it developed? No, not really. I'm just trying to show you guys that the internet isn't some dry, static Google page. That's why I created Cool Rock. So having an alternative view of the world through a different community and different place to go is what we're trying to achieve. You can also check out our YouTube channel here. and that'll get you to all of our shows. Over 25,000 hours of broadcasting nonstop. You got 623,000? Are you serious? That's huge, man. I mean, I'm in awe of you pinball wizards. No, I don't have that game. You're sounding a little gay there, Victory. It's not that I don't want you to sound gay. It's just that we're not big, or I'm not a big LGBTQ supporter. Yeah. So, you know, if you're going to sound gay, I'm going to call it out and say, hey, you're sounding kind of gay. Kind of like Howie was earlier. Yeah, just so you know, you can sound gay if you want, but I'm going to call it out and say, yeah, that sounds kind of gay. Manhunt, I mean, come on. Oh, that's even worse. Howie is the evidence? I don't know. Howie's right on the edge. I mean, when he started talking about smelling women, I knew he was like becoming gay. You went to what website and what made your laptop overheat? What are you talking about? Are you spreading rumors? Well, I'm spreading a rumor that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is not around and has been seen publicly for, I'm going to go as far as 6 months. Every single photograph I looked at today takes me to a photo that was done about a year ago. So something's not right with Ruth Bader. Is she going to make a public appearance or what? Are the Democrats hiding her or something? Yes, Howie's probably Chet Kelly. No, Scissor Fight is not Lot Lizard. No, that's not happening. That was a big BS story that they were pushing. Okay. Don't like that anymore. Don't want to do that one anymore. You get tired of the news. You know, you just want to make it go away. Make it go away, please. Thank you. Cool. Sorry. Have to boost my motivation here. Let me give you my media verification somber note.
The American people are being deceived, and we have had enough. So the Media Verification Alliance was created, centered at americasthirdparty.com, and our nightly show, on since 2008. At America's Third Party, we have discovered an anomaly. In the past 10 years, out of 50 supposed terrorist attacks, we've had only one victim in an open casket, and it was a wax dummy, Reverend Clemente C. Pinckney, in the Charleston, South Carolina shooting.
Okay, just had to take a few seconds to talk, but yeah, isn't that interesting? The only actual sighting of a person in an open casket in 50 different attacks in our country and abroad. The only open casket was a guy who was obviously a person with an ear displaced. I'll give you a close-up of his picture. Clemente. Yeah, take a look at his ear and see the difference there. See the height difference? And the shape of his head is very unusual. There's a deformation in this section of his head right here. Yeah, you can see it, and it's typically what happens with wax. Yeah. So you can see it's a wax dummy. Well, it's the only time anybody's ever been in an open casket in 50 different events. No one's ever wanted to see their loved one. And, you know, it's not uncommon to have open caskets, especially when dealing with people that you're parting from and leaving forever. It's not uncommon to have open caskets. So it is uncommon in the world of conspiracy theory that it's an anomaly. Why is it? Yeah, the shine was off too. Yeah, the deformation in the wax. Can't enter came in. Hey, can't enter. Hi. A lot of people are struggling to get into that room. I don't know if Sarah figured it out or not, but Y99, but we'll find out. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Well, there's so many different technologies available right now. to take your mind off of everything. And I'm really surprised I even have an audience at times, because there's a lot of gaming out there. There's a lot of opportunities for you to interact. And of course, there's always, you know, for you guys, there's that porn that you're watching incessantly every day. But cover your webcam so that the government can't see you. Okay. But the reality is there's a lot of that happening, diversions and people, you know, thinking about different things. I don't even think about Larry. I don't even do the world through Larry's eyes. I don't do Larry. Well, we are going to Twitch. I am going to reactivate an account and change the name. We were kicked off of Twitch for about 3 years. And recently they changed the terms of service when Steve Crowder actually was called out by YouTube. And YouTube refuses to punish Steve Crowder, but they did pull his AdSense. And apparently this guy's been saying all kinds of what apparently is what was seen as hate speech against a homosexual. I look like Jim Carrey, really? Don't tell Jim Carrey that. He'll want to be me. Because he doesn't exist. Jim Carrey, he stopped existing a few years ago. Right around the time I started, Jim Carrey disappeared. He said he didn't want to do anything anymore. They've got some guy that paints now. Okay, so this Crowder was making a lot of money. He was a YouTube AdSense guy. And he, you know, I call them AdSense prostitutes, but whatever. And he made a lot of money. Now he doesn't make any money. YouTube is like going like that. Meanwhile, I'm having videos pulled off the air. They're starting to move in on anybody who took a stand on any of these attacks, these alleged attacks that have been happening with very little evidence. But anyway, this man on the left is a homosexual, Carlos Maza, and apparently they were making, you know, going back and forth about each other. And I think that behavior, the fact that YouTube lightened up on it, maybe was part of the whole wave of change that happened in the terms of service over the past year. But I was very concerned. I was going to get the ACLU to go after capital gain at Twitch. That was my next big move. So in a way, I'm glad that we will have a show back up on Twitch, and hopefully we'll be able to, you know, develop a nice relationship with the viewing audience. It started out bad when people were accusing me of being gay, and I'm not. Yep. I'll give you one more chance to actually write something intelligent in the show. I don't care if he's Mexican or homosexual. It doesn't matter to me. I see him as a deviant, you know, much like Crowder does. And Crowder's acting like he's, you know, Mr. Normative. I'm a guy who believes in normal values in our society, and I realize that homosexuals are deviant. But I'm in no way criticizing this man for being gay. But it is a statistical anomaly, which would be called a deviant anomaly. In a statistical analysis, the deviant aspect is put against the normative values. Another Larry Sinclair. Okay, we'll do another interview where he talked about Donald Young. I'll bring that into your face. Apparently, you want to go back in the green room. And by the way, when you're in the green room, you are the entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, Larry Sinclair.
In mid to late October 2007, I received a second call from this Mr. Young, at which time I clearly became aware that this individual was personally involved with Senator Obama rather than just an employee of his campaign. The tone of the conversation had a sexual nature. Mr. Young did not once advise me how he obtained my phone number, which by this time had now changed to a Delaware number. In late October 2007, I received a text message from the gentleman identified as Mr. Young, in which he stated he was intimately involved with Senator Obama, and that Obama was discussing with him and his pastor how to publicly acknowledge Senator Obama's drug use in 1999, and that Obama wanted to be sure I had not discussed the sexual encounters or drug incidents with any media at that time. In mid to late November 2007, in another text message from Mr. Young, he advised me that Senator Obama will publicly correct his statement as to the last time he used drugs, and I did not need to concern myself with publicly disclosing it myself. The last contact I had with Mr. Young was in early December 2007, when he made it clear to me that Senator Obama had no intentions of publicly acknowledging his 1999 use of crack cocaine, and that Mr. Young was in fact doing nothing more than milking information from me for Senator Obama's use. I later learned that A. Donald Young, the choir director of Reverend Wright's Trinity United Church of Christ, Obama's now former church, and who was openly homosexual, learned that he was murdered on December 23rd of 2007.
Okay, let's stop there. This man, Donald Young, alleged that he had a homosexual relationship with Barack Obama, and his mother knew about it. And Barack Obama never faced any of the scrutiny that Larry Sinclair put out. It never got past the obscure internet news. And our mainstream media completely subverted any questions about Obama's integrity. And we saw Obama, yeah, he admitted to doing crack cocaine in his book, Audacity of Hope. Obama did. And this is what Larry Sinclair was saying. He was still into crack by 1999, not just 78. So when you start getting into crack cocaine in 78 and all of a sudden, stop, no. He kept doing it for 20 years, crack. And that's what Larry Sinclair is alleging. He was on the phone with this guy who was Barack Obama's lover. And Barack Obama and he had an intimate relationship. His mother knew about it. She was a bookkeeper at the Chicago PD, a legitimate person who even openly said that her son was killed for the secrets he knew about the president. Very upset. Then she never was heard from again. Anyway, this guy, along with two others, died from various weird occurrences right around the same time, within a few weeks of each other. It was like Obama wanted this gone. He didn't want anybody to deal with his past. And when Larry Sinclair uncovered that, they thought they had a pretty good handle on the whole thing. The elitists that run this puppet show that we have as a presidency right now, when the elitists make this thing happen and they have somebody standing in the way, they usually get rid of him. That's essentially what their plan is. That the only way that they can deal with the truth getting out is by eliminating people like that. So that's what's going on, in case you were wondering. Okay, back to you. Now, this race baiting back and forth between normal people and deviant people is part of the divide that they're creating, and they love that. But they're keeping it in play, and YouTube is allowing Crowder to continue broadcasting, but he just won't get any AdSense money. Well, yeah, I think a lot of black people believe that Obama is a white guy. Sella Michelle Winsheim. Yeah, why don't you get busy on that? You could have a craft show in your local area. I believe there's a swap meet coming up next month, about 2 miles away from you. Make the Michelle Obama Winsheim. Yeah. Obama's going on tour in Canada. Whatever. I mean, Obama is a complete fraud. He was from the beginning, and we never even got any response. The American people, 35% of the population were actually believers that Barack Obama was born in Kenya. 35% of our country, maybe as high as 38%. And there's still of that belief. I'm not the only one. We have a Boston Dynamic, a dog presentation from Scissor Fight. Thank you. Let's take a look. Boston Dynamics' cool yet terrifying commercial robot Spot is about to go on sale. Wow. So they're going to sell this guy? That's a little weird. Okay, I'm a little freaked out. They're actually going to put this on sale. Yeah, it's going to be a guard dog for the ultra elite. Uh-oh. It's coming. I actually don't have a problem with the London mayor. I think Donald Trump is picking on him because he's Muslim, and that's wrong. It does reek of racism when Trump attacks people for their beliefs. I think the London mayor is, I mean, he's a person. Get to know that person. Don't judge him by his Muslim followers or heritage. No, they just do a feature thing on occasion. I'm more than willing to, share stories that have come into the show. This really interesting story is front row center right now. Yeah, George Nader, Middle East Insight, was found with pictures of children on his computer, naked pictures of children. A Lebanese-American businessman with deep ties to the United Arab Emirates, who became a witness in the Mueller investigation, was arrested Monday for allegedly possessing child pornography. Now, Donald Trump just did a huge deal with Saudi Arabia, giving lots and lots of weapons, including nuclear weapons, to Saudi Arabia. If this guy is a person in play and they don't want him in play, it's very likely, they just installed the kiddie porn on his computer, on his iPhone when he's walking through the airport. I mean, anybody could have an iPhone going through the airport and could be literally, files could be installed on your iPhone, broken through. Your barriers are very simplistic, and a simple hack could probably get into any one of your passkeys. They're usually 4 characters, and it takes about 3.7 seconds for a master computer or a supercomputer to do that. David, I want to donate my 2 brand new Salvatore Ferragamo and Yves Saint Laurent 14 karat gold bottom, 4,000. I can't take donations from you, man. Yeah. Does the Vatican sell any snake heads for like souvenirs from the Vatican? I'd love a souvenir of the Vatican snake head. Yeah, the building that they created that looks like a snake head? Yeah. Do they have any like silver, or not, or it could be, plastic even. Do they sell Vatican snakehead things at the Vatican? Because Petro is the secretary to the Pope, he says. Yeah, something with like a lift top where you can look inside and see the picture of the snake. It's like that. You open it up and you see inside, it is the pictures. I think you should do that. Tell Pope Francis, if he's not going to tear down the snakehead building that looks exactly like a snake, then at least make souvenirs and start profiting from it, because that's what you Catholics do best, profit from religion. Yeah, and tell your parishioners that you worship reptiles. Okay, thanks. See, the Vatican keeps thinking they're going to buy me off with a couple suits. I don't take donations from foreigners, I told you that. No, any one of you could look at those pictures and say they were snakeheads. I mean, we're being deceived. You don't realize that? All right. Boy, you really are fixated. I have ex-friends that are like you. You get one joke, and now it's Larry Sinclair for Hot Rails. And he just keeps going at it. I know people that are using the same jokes when they talk to me on the phone that they used in 1980, 85. You're a Catholic Albanian. You're devout. I'm not mocking your faith, but if you want, we can just ban you again, if that's okay. I just don't believe the Catholic Church really should be built like a snakehead. That's not the Catholic Church I was baptized into, and I think God's speaking through me to tell you that, but I'm not a representative of God. Any good Catholic or Christian will tell you, you shouldn't have a picture of a snakehead turned into a building and expect to be taken seriously. I mean, really. No, I have a fan in the back. I would like to reform the Catholic Church, yes. If Pope Francis is looking for a successor, consider me. I wouldn't mind being the Pope. I mean, it would be almost better than being president, don't you think? All right. New border surge prompts 10% jump in 2019 prediction to 1,072,000 illegal immigrants. Let's take a look at this too. Yep. Another one bites the dust. And another one. Jim Carrey movies, yeah. I was doing Jim Carrey. Yeah, we're going to take a look at Jim Carrey. There are some physical similarities between us. I agree. there are physical matches, but I don't think any of us can really. Oh gosh. Don't you just hate that when you. There's one that'll match. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can see a similarity. Except I don't look all burnt out on, and you know, something was not extracted from my body like my soul. That's the difference between Jim and I. You know, he looks like he's been somehow extracted, you know. Like something came out. He says he doesn't exist anymore, so well, I'm gonna have to take his word for it. But if you were a pope, you couldn't have sex, at least with women. I wouldn't want to have sex if I was a pope. Why would anyone want to have such a carnal act separating you from the greater essence of being close to God? Hallelujah. I need some sound props. Yeah, there's just not enough sound props going on in my life here. I do have sound props for this. No, I'm not designing anything, and you're still fixated on women, aren't you? Well, good for you. At least we know you're not gay yet. I know. Are you ready? Okay, we're ready to do the show from Illuminati headquarters over here. Yeah. I can't believe the Pope's secretary is in the show trying to offer me things. It's just hard to believe. Yes. Strange, isn't it? How somebody would think they could come here and just claim that they're the Pope's secretary. Odd. No, new border surge prompts 10% jump. Got it. Let's take a look at that story. Wow. 10% jump in 2019 prediction to 1,072,000 illegal immigrants. Here they are jumping over the fence, coming in. This is like an actual hidden camera photograph. This is pretty funny too. This is the guy who has, his vision impaired, and then he sees this. Give us your money, homos, and then acceptance matters. And he takes his glasses off. He's looking at acceptance matters, but they really just want your money. Okay, that's a meme that we played. Wow, look at these people. They're coming in mass. Holy moly, watch the bouncing ball. Dave, do you have a picture of Boy George in the back of your bathroom door? No. Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of Boy George. It's just the whole song Come a Chameleon is a little weird. Okay? Now I knew this would get weird when you started talking about, how you were becoming gay. So showing you this amazing, stellar experience seen from the imaginary Hubble telescope in imaginary green screen land of NASA would inspire you to understand what's going on here in the eternal universe. The cosmology of the universe is so powerful that it's beyond anything we could even comprehend, or at least you can. You don't mind if people want to putt from the rough? Okay, well, we're putting from the rough. Corporations just want your money, that's right. That's what it means, yeah, we got that. But it seems so anti-homosexual, it was hurtful to the gay community, and I'm willing to apologize on behalf of our show for showing that to the gay community, although I don't support LGBTQ. I don't putt from the rough. I shoot from the hip. Different wording. Yeah, I don't dislike homosexuals as long as they don't walk around going, gosh, what a nice ass. It's really disturbing to hear that, you know. And I hear it everywhere I go. All right. Okay, we'll just want to clarify that because I'm not trying to be in any way aggressive toward homosexuals. You guys and ladies too have your place. I know that we have one woman who comes in the show and actively tries to pursue Sarah. Dirty or bruised? I think I rubbed up against some charcoal. Yeah, I keep a pit of charcoal outside in case I have to. In case I have to do a blackface ceremonial. Algonquin Indians used to use blackface as a ceremonial tribal function. And I haven't yet constructed my teepee and had an Algonquin log house built, but I am understanding more about the Algonquin Indians now that I realize that I did a rite of passage blackface impersonation of Barack Obama, which was ironically concurrent with my Native American ancestry. Unlike Elizabeth Warren, who has no Cherokee ancestry and should be charged the crime, and for some reason Donald Trump won't charge her with a crime. We don't know why, even though it's my idea to get get her DNA done. He just won't follow through on anything. It's like he has a form of a kind of erectile dysfunction, except it's congressional dysfunction. Oh, really? We have a person. Yes, it was hilarious. I'm glad you recognize that. Now, have you, by doing blackface, Dave forever blacklisted his candidacy? Are you kidding me? Oh, you're not. No, you have a belief that the blackface is hurting me? Oh my gosh. The blackface has helped me more than anything I could have ever done to get noticed. And to this day, I'm still a problem for the ultra elites who can't seem to stop the virality of our show internationally. The blackface attempt of satire was within the framework of the First Amendment, and what the elites are not recognizing is that the First Amendment is going to come back and bite them in their ass. And the American people won't stand for this suppression of freedom. The blackface is a statement of absolute freedom. And I did it in order to assert freedom, to tell them, you can't stop us. You cannot tread on the American people. And that's something that will stand out as one of the most important things of my entire effort here. Breaking through the censorship is the key. We're ahead of the censors. We're already running, our show has a virality that Mark has had to shut down 350 million people from coming to our show. We have a tap of chatters that would love to come in here. And we're trying to find avenues to do that, but we're running into blocks along the way on the internet. But we'll lock in on a way, and it will be difficult for them to suppress. They've got control over Twitch, so it's not necessarily going to be Twitch. But we're still going to do a Twitch show now that they've relaxed the standards and claimed that I'm no longer IP banned, which is good. But Victory for Cake had to come in here 9 times, refreshing 9 times to get into the stream. You were banned 6 months from this site? Wow, Huang Guang. And all of the people who are trying to get in the show, just an endless font. My presence worldwide is up there with Muhammad Ali in terms of word of mouth. If I left this area and traveled to Asia, I would be swarmed by people who would recognize me. It would almost be unbelievable. So, yeah, so I'm of the belief that I'm just going to sit tight and let this roll out with. How long could they keep a cap on one of the biggest and best things that's ever come around to in America? How are they going to cap the best thing that ever happened in this country? A man who can actually solve problems and address real problems facing the American people, who can, of and by the people, fix this nation, not some rich guy with a golden spoon in his mouth like Trump, but somebody who actually understands the plight of every American and who's willing to help people who are homeless and not just disregard them like Trump does. you're lucky to have me. Yeah, I must tell you, the whole world is lucky to have me. And I'm ready for you, too. I'm ready to help this country. I really am. I am a hero in Japan, yes. But I'm ready to go. I mean, I'm out of the box, ready to start delivering answers for this country. And stay away from other countries' problems and really embrace the nation-state model. Because right now, the New World Order is trying to dictate things across the globe, and it's hurting individual countries because our nation is being used as a police force around the world. Well, there you have it. You see, my natural cadence is really designed to kind of like let everybody know what an American's like, and not candy coat it. But I'm not like Trump, and I'm much more of a deep thinker, and so is Sarah. And we've got bigger plans for this country than Trump and all his cronies could even imagine. But we have to deliver our ideas up front, and we have to be given some freedom of press. And since they've shut us down, the worldwide audience will keep talking about it, and it'll eventually become a story. But most of the press overseas is controlled by the CIA. Almost all foreign press routed through the AP, the Associated Press, is run and operated through our CIA operation. I'm not the only person who talks about this. There are experts that have come online and talked about how the backbone of our social networks as well as our press networks are all controlled by government operations. We've gone into detail about the technology that they're using. Thomas Drake, a whistleblower at the NSA, has exposed how the government monitors our communications, even our Skype calls. That's one of the reasons why we don't do Skype. But overall, the ability of them to penetrate the press has been well documented. One person who died recently talked about it and openly discussed how he was an agent for the CIA working as a paid agent. A non-official cover, they call him.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years, and I was educated to lie, to betray, and not to tell the truth to the public. But seeing right now, within the last months, how far, how the German and American media tries to bring war to the people in Europe, to bring war to Russia. This is a point of no return, and I'm going to stand up and say it is not right what I have done in the past to manipulate people, to make propaganda against Russia, and it is not right what my colleagues do and have done in the past, because they are bribed to betray the people, not only in Germany, all over Europe. The reason writing this book was that I am very fearful of a new war in Europe, and I don't like to have this situation again, because war is never coming from itself. There is always people behind it to push for war.
Okay, so let me give you a little background on this guy. He died recently. He had his 5th heart attack. He finally died, but he did make this statement on RT, and he pretty much laid it on the line. He said that everybody who works around the world has to go through the CIA. You either lose your job or you accept the money from the CIA and the operation. And he said that all the information that he wrote about Muammar Gaddafi in Libya was just handed to him on a script, and he just repeated it and wrote it on a story. He was literally handed a script by the CIA, and they concocted the story that Muammar Gaddafi was this horrible guy, blah, blah, blah. And he himself admitted that he caused the war against Libya. Anyway, long story short, there are a lot of these people out there, so our media presence is still limited internationally as well. Somebody asked me what this was. It's a plasma, a burst of fusion, some sort of a stellar event. Yeah, let me see, stellar plasma event. It's not an actual photograph. It's an image that was created. Yeah. There's a lot of these types of photographs online that computers have done amazing work. This is just an interesting background. Rapidly spinning black hole is spitting. Stellar black hole emits. Black hole eating star. New data on relativistic jets. Astrophysical plasma. Yeah, see, there's a whole lot of things like that in the known pictorial universe. Whether they're really happening or not, that remains to be seen. Would you rather I went back to the other scene where I was doing like the song and everything? Okay, well, I know. And wouldn't it be nice to actually have a face? I know. And here we have it. Yeah. Okay. I don't trust anything from any media source at all. So that guy may have just managed to get out because RT was looking for a story that wasn't favorable to the CIA. That's always a potential factor involved in assessing whether that person's telling the truth. But the way he talked about it was so, and I could give you the whole thing, it's kind of a waste of time. The way he talked about it was so sensitive, and he had literally had nothing to lose, and he would be more than willing to talk about it. That's the kind of honesty that you rarely see in any type of a character. Like toward the end, I'll show you that part.
Well, I've been a journalist for about 25 years. Accidents. It's called, they call themselves the Yellow Angels. There was one guy who didn't want to cooperate. He was a pilot of the helicopter service of the Yellow Angels in Germany. This guy said no to the Foreign Intelligence Service, Bundesnachrichtendienst, when they approached him and wanted him as a non-official cover to work for the German Foreign Intelligence Agency, under just to pretend to be somebody from the Yellow Angels. So what happened was that he lost his job, and the court in Germany, the judge decided that they were right because such a guy could not be trusted. He was kicked off his job because he didn't cooperate with the Foreign Intelligence Service. So I knew what would happen if I would not cooperate with intelligence services. Well, I have had, let me say, 6 times my house was house searched because I was accused by the public prosecutor, the German public prosecutor. I was accused of leaking secrets of states. 6 times house searched. Well, they hoped that I wouldn't do that ever again, but I think it's worse that the truth will come out one day. The truth won't die, and I don't mind what will happen. I've had 3 heart attacks. I have no children, so if they want to bring me to court or to prison, so it's worse for the truth.
That is not a guy who's lying, okay? That is not a guy who's just telling us BS. That's a person who's literally risking his life. And like I said, his 4th heart attack took him. He died. We're not talking about his behavior, his hairdo. We're talking about what he said. And he said that all the agents of the press are run by the CIA. Yeah. I can't confirm or deny that, but he said it, and that's something that we have to take into consideration when analyzing any event. You can't always have it 100%, especially when we're being lied to. We rarely get all the information. And one of the common threads that runs through almost all the events we're getting right now, false flaggery, is the possibility that, there's just not a lot of real credible evidence. Meanwhile, total collusion is underway. Trump is still being looked at by Congress. Now it's up to them telling Pelosi, get your act together and start the impeachment process or get out as Speaker of the House. We know that he cheated in the election. His team met with the Russians 127 times before the election, Trump's team. That and the fact that that many times were met for no reason other than what? To collude, has one reason to move toward impeachment, and the other reason to move toward impeachment is misuse of power, running around telling people he wanted to fire Mueller left and right, stop the Russian investigation, all of that. The fruit enzyme spray is kind of a fruity fruit. I mean, it's kind of a mild fruit. I don't know, maybe an apple spritz. I don't know, something like that. So these are the only two qualifications necessary to start the impeachment process, and Nancy Pelosi's decided to put it on hold. Instead, she wants to see him in prison. So she's making absolutely no sense. Not one stitch of what she's saying makes sense. So it's going to have to backwash against her people and realize, oh my gosh, Nancy, I think it's time to step down as Speaker of the House. So I would expect Beto O'Rourke to step up because he's the hungriest in the batch and start doing something a little bit more verbal. I would expect Ocasio, but she's a little too dense to understand what's happening. But Beto probably is going to have to say something, and then they're going to have to look at a new Speaker of the House. Because if the impeachment process is impeded by her, she becomes the problem. Now, I have not checked, but I'm not sure if Nancy Pelosi has received any super PAC money from Russia, like Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham have. So I guess we're going to have to look at all the people in Congress who are getting money from Russia, and there are a lot now. So many of these people have already been bought off by the government of Russia, which is sad but true. So if Nancy's on their take, that may explain why she has a net worth of 120 million right now. Yeah. How do you get that kind of net worth when you actually just get, what, 180,000, a mere 180,000 a year for 20 years as Speaker? Again, Hot Rails, your obsession with women is absurd. Yeah, you're actually off the rails, not hot rails. It's more like off the rails. You're practicing hiragana? Have you ever considered becoming a full-fledged hiraganist? Yes. There are many writing systems that Japanese use. You could become, you can be an expert with a quill and do calligraphy as well. Hiragana is a form of writing in Japan. Finance, Yahoo, surveillance e-tool coming, use guys. Wow. China just announced they can look at anybody in 27 times farther away than they ever could before. They have a surveillance system that's par none. One of the best in the world. China is kind of leading in the technology of facial recognition. A new surveillance tool is coming to the U.S. skies. An Arizona company developing a new type of high-altitude, long-range surveillance platform just completed a 16-day mission during which massive balloons floated over 4 western states, all part of an effort to someday keep them aloft for months at a time. Oh, good. Worldview Enterprises builds what it calls Stratolights, a system designed to offer the type of coverage satellites afford, but without the need to launch incredibly expensive rockets into space. So these balloons will actually move with the wind to stay on position. That's fascinating. Nope, Trump employee, that is an incorrect statement. If you got an email, there is no proof that that came from Mark. Yeah, we have yet to see any credible proof that Mark is sending an email saying that our shows are fake. We have live shows every night. Everyone loves these live shows. I don't do this for the health. I'm doing this to get a live show out for all of you to see. If somebody is undermining my show by sending out slanderous statements like that, that's a case of what could be libel, if it's real. But no, there's no validity. I don't think Mark is sending that because nobody can give me a credible email address linked to Mark. It's a very real potential here that these kinds of systems will lead to a pervasive aerial surveillance. Given the satellites have the capacity to read license plates, Worldview product have implications for privacy and civil liberties. Asked if the company would sell access to police departments, Andrew Antonio says, he's the director of business development for Worldview. He said flying in a Stratolite is no different than how domestic law enforcement agencies leverage aerial technologies like helicopters and aircraft. I guess they'll see them as unmanned aerial balloons, UABs. Introducing the UAB. The balloon of tomorrow. Yes, we have the balloon over here in our backup system. Whoa. Cool. Yeah, isn't that nice? I've got all kinds of things going on here. We're trying to access blimp plane. For some reason it's gone. Huh. Okay, let's try the other room. Must have stuck it somewhere else. Anyway, talking about all the different things we have in our show. Yeah, let me bring it in again. Let's bring it in here. I heard Biden touched another kid inappropriately. Yeah. It just keeps going on with him. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the Democratic Party could say, hey, Joe, just stop touching the kids, period. You know? It would be advisable to, not put your hands on people when you're... I think he should, put his hands in his pockets and just smile or something. Yeah, he's really blowing it. Excuse me, but that's inappropriate. You're not learning your lesson. Boy, these people are, relentless. Come on in here, the blimp pack. So yeah, taking advantage of balloons is kind of what we're talking about. Here's the blimp pack idea, which I think could be very vital. Last night I had it in our show. We showed you the graveyard out in Arizona, the graveyard of blimps. Excuse me, of jets, fuselage. It's endless. There's 7,000 planes out there that are just constantly, being dumped. We showed you, I guess, let me bring in the video itself, since I have it here. Yep. Do. Airports. All right. Oh, I can't play it. It's a 60 minutes play. Yeah, it's a 60 minutes video. Unfortunately, I cannot play it here because of the yeah, CBS will monetize it. I can't play it, yeah. But suffice to say, there's a graveyard out there of blimps, or a fuselage. Thank you. Here we go. Graveyard of planes. Aircraft boneyard. Yeah. Let me just scan some pictures for you. There is a huge amount of technology sitting in our runways out in the middle of nowhere. Look at this. Now these are just military aircraft that we'll use possibly in the event of if we ever have another war. God forbid. But Adelanto, California has a big aircraft. Look at all these aircrafts that could be put to use. Oh, apparently I'm entering as Sarah. No, I can't see it. Anyway, you saw the pictures there. That pretty much sums it up. Lots of planes, potential use. So all we need are blimps that can carry these things up in the air to an altitude of maybe 10,000 feet, and they can operate at half volume. What's your pinball record now? Some of you are really getting hooked on pinball while you're watching the show. I'm glad, because that's exactly what I wanted you to do. It's fun to just play pinball and watch the show. I know. There's so many things that you can do on that site. It's amazing. Become a pinball wizard. Whew. Wow. Yeah, unfortunately we can't play a lot of things. There are a lot of people that have, talked about the false flags that have happened recently in Virginia. Well, very little information has come forth about it. We still don't have any solid footage. If I were to get pictures of a real, shooting, I probably would be very hesitant to show it to you. But since all we've seen are these ridiculous squirt gun, blood spray things, I showed you one the other day. I hope they don't pull that video. You wonder. They may just, decide, oh yeah, that's hate speech, if you're showing some blood on screen. It's very weird the way they're keeping this all away from happening. We got an email from you? Okay, Gmail. I'll check and see what it is, McDundy. Thanks. Pinball record. Okay, let's take a look. It's a pinball record. Whoa, so he did it. He did it, folks. This is the record on the pinball machine so far. Somebody went way over to the top. I mean, 212,000. You got 623,330 on the same equipment. Wow. Okay, you're bona fide pinball wizard, McDundy. You've been bona fide. All right. They should have parachutes for all planes. So one of these ideas that I had was to create parachute for this plane and give people the option of actually having a place inside to sleep. The entire infrastructure could be gutted and we could put in a light substructure made of really incredibly strong carbon fiber. Now every single unit could have like 2 floors and a lower storage area, which is probably exactly what is being used right now. The 2 floors in this 747 could be used for sleepers. Even in the back of the plane, we could look at having a vape lounge, which is something I've talked about. A place to gather and hang out in filtered air. And the entire plane could have filtration going on, air filtration. But the idea of a parachute is very much part of this. These things would be unsinkable, unattackable. Even if they were hit, they would automatically, the exoskeleton of the dirigible would automatically become a parachute and would open up to something about the size of Safeco Field. So you'd have a massive covering over the whole thing. In the event it detached, it could have major connections in the interior, strutting it to the core of the plane, and it would provide a complete safe landing for anybody at any altitude, under any circumstances. And I've talked about lining the bottom with foam, building a foam like a bumper underneath there that would actually be buoyant in the event it landed on water. So something like that as a modification. But using the basic infrastructure that we have currently of all these planes that are sitting around doing nothing, and we take the oldest ones first that are structurally still have integrity. We wouldn't go after the newest ones, because the newest ones you can apparently turn on and fly. You're going to make Italian vegetables from next June 10th? Okay. I don't know about Italian vegetables, but thank you. Don't send me anything in the mail. No, it'll go bad. Trump employee, you keep coming up with this BS. Just send it to me. America's Third Party at gmail.com. Send me a letter just like I got from McDundy. Stop talking about Mark sending me letters. That's just somebody pretending to be Mark. Yeah, I don't even believe it's Mark. Mark wouldn't do that. He'd be held accountable and he'd be liable for that. It was some photoshopped thing somebody said that it made a statement about our show that it's not real or live or something. Why would Gmail ban me? Why would I be banned on YouTube? I've never done anything wrong. I can't even understand why these videos are being pulled off. Just because I show a picture of fake blood on the screen means that I automatically get videos taken down? It's ridiculous. Well, there won't be any wealth when I get into power. When you say, Dave, will you share the wealth when you get into power? There is not going to be much wealth. Our country's going to be nearly broke. Yeah, in fact, the elitists plan on dumping it on a third-party presidential candidate. That's their last straw, if they have to pull it. They'll turn on a presidential candidate that doesn't play with their game instantly. So we're going to have to enter some austere times, and that's what I plan on being able to help you with. I can show you the pathway out of austere times by teaching you sustainability and getting our country's priorities set straight. We don't have them straight right now. We've got people spending money left and right. Trump is overspending by $1 trillion a year, and it hasn't stopped. It's getting worse. He's got a projected 2020 budget of $750 billion for the military. No consumption of Soylent. No, in fact, I'm going to be helping soybean farmers go to heirloom beans. Lima beans will be encouraging. I'm going to steer people from the GMO soy market and bring back real wholesome black beans, northern beans, not kidney beans, but black beans, northern beans, and also lima beans. I think lima beans are beautiful. I don't get enough lima beans. I would love to see more lima beans.
You can check out what I did.
Oh, okay, great. I'll check it out, yeah. Probably be fun. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah's going to give me a little break here. Kidney beans during their formative stages have a toxic skin.
Well, especially, never eat kidney beans raw.
Yeah, don't eat kidney beans raw.
Never try to sprout kidney beans either.
Yep.
That can be toxic. But, I mean, once they're boiled, they're fine.
Oh, yeah. That's perfect, yeah. That'll work.
Yeah.
Maybe we can find another one that'll sit on top of that.
Yeah, maybe. I might have something in my closet or something. Anyway.
Cool. That's nice. Very cool. I hear you.
What will we do to get rid of the tent cities in LA before the Olympics? One of the things they're trying to do in LA is to make it so other cities also allow people to sleep on the streets. Ironically, just like pushing them, having others. Oh, it's just a jean jacket. I mean, a jean dress. That's it. You think they should have parachutes for passengers on planes and wear them at all times if the plane is going to crash? People can jump out. It would save lives. It's lots of lives to lose. Save people. It wouldn't need to be tested many times. Hello, Ivan. David needed to have his dinner. That's why I left. Thank you, stealth mode. That's true about weight adjustment and things like that. You missed the pre-master's degree, Sarah? How am I different? Post-master's degree. I'm still me. Maybe I do have a little more confidence in myself. Sometimes not. I think everyone has some self-doubt. But, yeah, I'm still going. You're sad Dr. John died? I don't know who Dr. John is. I don't think it matters if maybe it's just the sight of that in general. Dr. John was a musician. Okay. Hello, unemployed. Question me is actually maxed out credit. Ridiculous is maxed out credit? Oh, Ridiculous is actually maxed out credit. We were wondering how you were. Dave was like, did something happen to maxed out credit? He hasn't been in a pretty long time. Well, it's just different than women. They're used to themselves. No, I really can't. I can't ask him. That's why you're bugging me? To tell you, oh, you've not been well. You've been not well. Well, I hope you feel better, or at least I hope you're not in pain. That makes sense. Yeah, it's good to lay low. I don't know if I would call myself a coding expert. I would just call myself, you know, understanding some technology. Okay. That makes sense. My garden is doing really well. So we've been growing lettuce and eating out of the garden. I need to like harvest a bunch of lettuce, or have the kids harvest it, because it's ready to eat. I could make like 5 huge like salad bowls, bigger than like this big, that big. I have like these heads of lettuce, green leaf lettuce, that are like this big. Seriously, it's very cool. And we've got a lot of red leaf lettuce. I'm not sure if red leaf's my favorite, but that's a type I brought home, so that'll work. Yeah, young lettuce is so tasty. And I pulled this huge weed out of my garden. I do have carrots growing. Yes, that's true. I agree with that, 215. It's a good thing. I pulled up the carrots, but they're only like this big now, so I'm giving them a couple weeks and seeing how they grow. We'll see. Pull them out on, I think I'm going to pull them up on June 18th. That's when I'll pull the carrots out. Yeah, the Brussels sprouts, they don't seem to be taking off yet, but maybe they will later. I've got a good broccoli plant that's growing kind of near my peas. You're starting planting this weekend? Yeah, I liked that yeah, I was going to say it's a little late, but it's amazing how well my garden's doing. I like this time of year. Of course, it's, you know, weeding time as well. Oh, 27 degrees Fahrenheit this week? My goodness, that is cold. That's cold enough to snow. Definitely go global climate change. I'm sure that's a factor, because I'm sure you historically weren't that cold, were you? You had snow last week. Like the last part of May, you had snow. Wow. Well, it's not global. It is in a way they think global warming, but it's actually climate change, because there's more carbon dioxide in the air, and which actually relates to changes in the climate. There's so much carbon dioxide in the air. They really don't know what will happen with this much carbon dioxide in the air in some ways, because it's never been that way before. Yes, I mean, the Ice Age, but the thing is, Tom, that we're actually supposed to be heading into an Ice Age right now. Yeah, it's every 11 years is the solar minimum. Thank you. I think it was somebody was telling me about it, and I researched it. You are, Anita? I don't know, unemployed. Yeah, that's the sunspot cycle. The other one, which is the Ice Age, it's a different term. I forgot that term. But they have measured the carbon dioxide in the air all the way back 800,000 years, and it's never been as much carbon dioxide in the air as there is right now. 800,000 years they're able to measure the carbon dioxide. I love how they do it. You want to hear how they do it, Tom? It's so cool. It has to do with ancient air bubbles, or ancient air and ice. So the winds is blowing around the atmosphere, and in the cold Antarctic area, there's the air, as the snow falls, the air gets trapped in the snowflakes, and the snowflakes settle down, and just like layers are built in rock with dust settling to the ground, the layers of ice get built with the snow that falls to the ground. They can take a core, so they drill down and take out a circular cylinder, and they drill down all the way, and they pull out a long cylinder, and they actually can see layers. And the layers, they can tell was it taken in the summer or winter, because there's different amounts of snowfall, obviously, in the summer and the winter. It is carbon dating, because the oxygen is actually trapped in that snow, in that ice. Then they take a segment and they can actually date it, and they can count back the layers, just like you can count the rings of a tree. They can count the layers in the ice core, and that's how they can date it back to 800,000 years. And then they take the ice in the freezing cold weather, they put it into a sealed vacuum container, and only in that sealed vacuum do they melt it. When they melt it, then they have the air and the water, the liquid water. And so then that air, they can study the composition of the air. And that's how they know what carbon was in the air at the time. Here is a, let me go here. Here's some pictures of the ice core. So they can actually look and they can date the time as you, well, here, let me, what? Here's some ice cores, and then you can see the different time frames. There's a whole bunch of different ice cores. This is ancient air trapped in the ice. You can see the little bubbles. You can see the oldest ice on Earth could reveal key insights into climate change. They had previously drilled more than 3,000 meters deep, and that produced ice cores that date back 800,000 years. During that time, there were alternating periods, long glacials and shorter interglacials, at an interval of roughly every 100,000 years. Tiny bubbles trapped in the prehistoric ice contain air from the time when the ice formed, which means they can be used to measure concentrations of carbon dioxide and methane. The researchers found that when the Earth's climate was cold, there was considerably less carbon and methane in the air compared to warmer time periods. More than 1.2 million years ago, the cycles were only roughly 40,000 years long. They were set off by regular changes in the angle of the Earth's axis. This was followed by a transitional period of roughly 300,000 years before the 100,000 year rhythm began, 900,000 years ago. So now they're going to drill again to 2,000. Before they drilled 3,000 meters, they still are drilling about that same time. They're hoping to find ice that's 1.5 million years old. Well, if you were truly a geologist, you would know how to spell the word geologist. You feel climate change is a waste of your time? Good job, 500. It would be funny for you to see the way this person spelled geologist. G-E-O-L-O, good. And then G-E-O-L-G-O-S-I-T. Geolgosit. Good night, Fluffy. You think what this species thinks it knows is a waste of time? Okay. CITSILEGARFILACREPUS. What kind of dating do they do with stone? Victory for cake. And I do have a question. If you truly are a geologist, how do they know the temperature inside the Earth's core? I know how they carbon date stone. Or anything, actually. Before human activity, CO2 levels may have been even lower than previously thought. Okay. Yes. All right, what are the 3 different types of rocks? Victory for Cake. That they teach on an elementary level. David already has watched that. Thanks, Anita. Okay, good job with that one. The next one probably would be how... Well, I did ask you a question. What was your answer? I think I missed it, Victory for Cake. How do they know the temperature of Earth's core? How do geologists know the temperature of Earth's core? And 500 said, they test the melting iron in a laboratory, then determine the temperature inside the Earth. 500. The sun's core is about 27 million degrees Fahrenheit or 15 Kelvin. And you would guess the Earth's core is at 7 Kelvin. Oh, 7 million Kelvin. That does make sense about melting iron in a laboratory, since they say it has an iron core.
Hey, you know, I tried that that Thompson's water seal as a thinner for the paint, and it works great.
Oh, good. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm
I really
halfway done
like
with the
what
deck.
you did.
The whole
Yeah.
can will be perfect. I've got enough pigment for the whole deck.
Cool.
So it worked fantastic.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
I couldn't get over it, yeah. So that'll be good. Hopefully I'll get a sunny day.
A Victory for Cake says 7,000 Kelvin. Said they base how hot the core is on several factors. One is mineral stability and core ejects, like volcanoes, right? 2 is based on the energy of the magnetic field. 3 is upon the standard of a geotherm going into the Earth's crust. And we have asteroids, meteorites to base our structure off. What's your belief as far as climate change? Will climate change then Victory for Cake, is it true that... Oh, how would you describe isostatic rebound? We have seen Earth experience climate change throughout history. It's had ups and downs, but never as much carbon dioxide in the air as is currently. Yeah. Do you think it's more cosmic radiation hitting us now? If that's the case, then we're really doomed.
We may just have room for one too. I'm really thinking just that one is perfect.
Or we might want to go with a smaller one.
Yeah.
With more room.
Yeah, and more vegetables.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right. Well, great. Let me get my coffee and I'll be right there.
Cosmic radiation is constant, but the magnetic sphere is in flux. Is there more cosmic radiation, or when there's more like solar flares during a solar maximum? Does that affect cosmic radiation at all? You say it's constant. Yeah, David cooks some kind of macaroni hot dog dish, which I won't be eating. What's your specialty and what are you concerned? Why did you choose to study geology?
Yeah, I was thinking of putting the bigger ones in the barrels with the water feeder.
Okay.
And then just topping them off and then just letting them go to seed. So
Okay.
Possibility. Because I've got enough room in cold frames to do that.
If our magnetic fields, well, since our magnetic fields will flip, groundwater monitoring. Since our magnetic fields will flip, will our seasons change? Will it change the wobble of the Earth? The South Atlantic anomaly is changing the magnetic field now. Magnetic is like the compass fields, will remain in the same rotational, which causes the seasonal changes. It'll just switch magnets. Will it be like it'll be like when I've seen magnets break apart, and when magnets break, they switch polarity like instantly. Will it be like an instant flip or a gradual flip, like where it's, and how will that affect rowing? Misanthropy got a headache and had to leave. He doesn't like humanity. He doesn't like to talk to me when I talk about climate change for some reason. It'll be like when Pangea was a major effect, when the Pangea was all together. Estimates based upon the magnetic signatures of ocean basalts estimate about 1,000 years to change fields, which is a very short amount of time. Will that affect other magnetized things on the planet? Like, well, magnets. will they change their polarity change, and will it interrupt, and will it affect how they function?
That looks good. Yeah, I like that color too. All right, great.
Yeah, it would be interesting to think how the Earth's geography will look like in a few hundred years.
100 years, yeah.
I got Victory for Cake. He said he's a geologist.
Oh, Victory for Cake is a geologist. Wow. Well, he'd probably have a big argument with me about oil being a renewable resource.
Yeah, do you believe oil is a renewable resource? Like and it's constantly being
brewed,
created based on just like how sedimentary layers are constantly pushing down? Or is it truly based on certain large animals living at a time?
No, well, you could say oil comes from dinosaurs, but see, I disagree with them completely. They found oil 10,000 feet below the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is 35,000 feet deep. So 45,000 feet deep, they found oil. You can't tell me there was a dinosaur down there 45,000 feet at one point.
Well, where do all the whales go when they die?
Well, they don't hide down at the Marianas Trench and then
do they
dive
go
down
to
10,000 feet.
The bottom of the ocean, which would be the Marianas Trench,
maybe,
and then go deeper?
Maybe, but then again, it doesn't
I don't
explain.
know.
You see, I argue that the mantle of the Earth is so hot and there's so much carbon in the rock that automatically you add heat and carbon, you get oil. It's simple logic. Heat, extreme heat, lava, magma, oil.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Step out. Thank you, Sarah. See, I play the clap after Sarah is in her second time. The Marianas Trench is the deepest part in the ocean, and they found it oil 10,000 feet below it. So, not necessarily. Exactly. So you're saying it's abiotic, which is gas, oil derived from natural sources, usually igneous activity, but you're just contradicting yourself. I just said, is oil a renewable resource? And you said no. And then you said that it exists as abiotic gas, oil derived from natural sources. I mean, are you trying to talk your way back into the argument after you just lost it? I mean, really? A geologist can't even compete on this simple level. It's sad, really. I feel bad for you. I mean, to call yourself a geologist must give you a job, I suppose, yeah. Okay, I think we're going to move on to the next subject because, frankly, I'm not going to worry about peak oil. They just found $1.6 trillion of the oil off the coast of Florida. The only problem is China is mining it too from the outside of Cuba. So I guess everybody's getting in on it. China's drilling sideways. We can drill down. Luckily, Shell is working on that right now, thanks to Shell's efforts. Not necessarily. I argue that that oil could be maybe bursting at the seams. Oh, that's right. We are seeing the La Brea tar pits. I mean, how come you haven't just tapped into the La Brea tar pits? I bet there's about $5 or $6 trillion of the oil right there. I'm sure Shell and Standard Oil would love to get involved in that. Yeah, ExxonMobil. Well, I mean, the La Brea tar pits, you got to admit, it's a sore spot. It's an oil bubbling up from the ground. Thank you. Again, you said the oil is not a renewable resource. Beep, you're wrong.
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
Okay, we will trim our use of oil, but I'm more concerned about air pollution resulting in our skies being completely contaminated with chemtrails. Now, if you people in the Democratic Republican Party would stop and realize we're dealing with a serious, willful attempt to destroy our skies above us. You can't dispute this. This is not condensed air. You can even see the rainbow pattern from the oil that's in it. I mean, hello, Earth to science, Earth to the Democratic Republican Party. If we don't stop that, you might as well just welcome the idea that next year we'll have 100 below zero in the Midwest. Last year we had 70 below. Well, we have a tremendous resource of coal, and we have about 750,000 coal workers working as a result of this good resource. So I don't expect to not mine coal. I certainly agree with certain issues regarding coal mining. I would like to see safer conditions for people that are working in the coal mines, and I'd like to see the government put their effort into fixing it, not ordering industry to fix it. And I have no personal stake in this. I'm not an investor in oil, but those people that are a little concerned that Donald Trump turned his back on our own oil industry when he gave away West Virginia oil to the Chinese government. I wonder, what is he thinking now? I should have added that to the trade war. What was I thinking? Ivanka, we wanted those patents, those trademarks for the Trump escort service in Beijing. Remember that? We gave them West Virginia coal. Yeah, Trump gave away West Virginia coal to the Chinese nationals. I mean, and you got a president is negotiating with the government that dislikes him intensely. China does not like him. I do not doubt your geology degree, man. I just don't believe the geologists are looking deep enough at the possibility that oil could be a renewable resource. The very fact that it is generated in an organic process on Earth doesn't necessarily mean that the heating of stone can't generate oil. I mean, it seems logical, doesn't it? My goodness. Just apply a little logic to your studies and you'll be fine. Plastic will be a future oil source someday. Unfortunately, you won't want to live during that time period because it'll be so disgusting. Yeah, you think Skid Row's a bad place to live? That Skid Row will be like living on the Taj Mahal when that day comes, when people will be mining the landfills. Right. The good thing is when the landfills sit there for decades and centuries, they actually get better. Yeah. Recycling third world immigrants? No. Wrong subject. Incorrect use of words. You are completely messed up. You think that the whole world should be a FEMA camp and that your check-in points down the road. Some of you are probably okay with the checkpoint Charlies where you get, drug tested and DNA tested at your local police stop. Yeah, you're probably already groomed for the coming FEMA camp takedown. Many of you are already probably down that road. You probably wake up thinking, gee, I want to be zip-tied today and sent to the FEMA camps. Estimate, according to Schlumberger, 1967 estimates 5% of most natural gas as a result of abiotic. Maybe, but Schlumberger may be wrong. Since Schlumberger can't look into the ground, duh. Jeez. Schlumberger can go stick his Schlumberger where the Schlumberger doesn't shine. Shine. That's like a tongue twister. Yeah, they don't know what's in the ground, man. Jeez. You don't even know if demons live down there. There is evidence of hell underground. I mean, believe it or not, there have been scientific studies done in Siberia when they did drilling. They found a small group of people screaming for help. I believe they were in purgatory. Here, we've got them right here to talk about it.
Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire. Huge vat of fire with liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment. And I saw demons laughing and dragging souls over it. It just died.
I'm sorry. I don't want to digress. I'm just saying we don't know what's down there, War Games. If you guys profess to know what's underground, man, you must really have science up your ass and with a big twist. Some of you people have become scientific empiricists, the last safe haven for you people. Unless you see it spelled out in front of you, you don't believe it. You're all that way. You certainly don't believe in hell. You certainly don't believe in demons underground, and nor do you believe that there's any oil that's bubbling from the mantle as we speak. That bubbling crude, kind of like Beverly Hillbillies. You remember that? No, you don't remember anything. You weren't even around when I was watching that. I know I predate all of you. I can't help it. You're having evidence of diabetic coma, religious hallucinations? Oh my gosh, you poor guy. Yeah. Liposuction sucks. You must feel terrible. Just reading chat here. Yeah, well, I don't really want to bring up anything right now. This is a very family-oriented show. Yeah, so stick to the subject. Oil is renewable. Thank you. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. I rest my case. Thank you very much. It's nice to have the right answers all the time. Yeah, oil is not necessarily a result of dinosaur and plant matter being decomposed. Thank you, Apollon. Yeah. At least I have somebody who corroborates my opinion. And it is an opinion. I'm not alleging to be a scientist here. I'm just trying to use common sense. But the Beverly Hillbillies made a complete career out of it. I don't know why we can't. So I don't believe in peak oil, but I believe we need to clean the atmosphere and stop the carbon pollution and make better use of the carbon that goes into our engines. Literally 85% of the gas that goes in your car goes out your muffler. The weight of your car leaves your muffler in the form of carbon every single year. I'm not kidding. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a monetization claim by the Beverly Hillbillies. For the past 3 seconds, David has been playing the Beverly Hillbillies. That is in violation of the monetization laws of YouTube. You are hereby sent to the bells of hell.
It just died. It just died. It just died.
Okay, now back to you at the studio. Dr. John the musician died? Really? I wasn't familiar with him. Is he similar to Dr. Hook, the musician? Dr. John. I don't even know who that is. We need more chemtrails? Are you out of your living mind? What the hell's wrong with you, man? You need brain power. Can I impart some of the 3 or 4 IQ points your way? Ooh. All right. Hang in there, buddy. You'll get there eventually. Huh? What? I'll tell you, if somebody had one of these items in their house, not the black, please, nothing but the black. This Boston Dynamic dog that you're going to be able to buy pretty soon looks pretty damn intimidating. Hold, please. Fruit enzyme time. Ah, much better. Thank you. I think I need another hit pass on the left side. You know, I really just should put my head in a shower and do the show with the shower running over my face, because I love that feeling, you know? That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? To kind of have a shower head misting on my face during the show. You are so beautiful to me. Whatever. No, I'm not into water sports. It took 30 years to realize both parties were corrupt cesspools. Yeah, one day to realize I'm a genius. Dude, you don't even belong here. I gave the Democrats 30 years of my time. What more can I ask? I bailed way before Nancy Pelosi became the first speaker. Or right around the time she became the first speaker. That's when things went south with the Democrats. Tip O'Neill, now there was a Speaker of the House. Tom, that's very, very derogatory about my hair. I'm reading everything you say. You just earned a mute, Tom. I can't do TED Talk. That monetizes. It requires people spend money. I want everything to be free. I want the entire world to be free. What the world needs now is everything is free. Dun, 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 dun. Introducing Cool Rock, free and fun, a website you can go to and watch our show. Isn't this great? Watch as that does not compute.
I compute you well.
Thank you. Well, in that event, let me bring you the introduction to our flagship website where we handle living chat, virtual chat, and give you something to do while you're bored out of your mind doing other things. Cool Rock.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
All right. Yes, indeed. We are here at the Cool Rock Hub. And I can do anything I want on this place. I can move boxes around. Everything is the same for you. You can move anything you want around. You can go to our YouTube channel here, in this pink box right here. I'll show it to you. That is our YouTube channel, and over on the other side is our Web Oasis, which gets you to the pinball, arcade, and other places. Now, I don't own Web Oasis. I just was referred to it by Chat Room Celebrity, and it is awesome. It is amazing. You can find the arcade down the toggle button on the left. Coolest free games ever. Down here, you find every avenue of the internet, a gateway. Something Google and Facebook don't offer you. Ways to look at the internet, find ways of stimulating your intelligence, learning trades, crafts, coding, you name it. How to work with images, software, it's all there. Web Oasis. So that is that button right there, that blue button right there. Now, if you move down, you can actually interact with the computer, like I said earlier. Play the harp. Play a piano if you want with your keyboard. I'm not very good at the piano, so I'm going to pass on that one. But here is really the cherry of the site is Mr. Doob. We've found Mr. Doob to be amazing. He's got all kinds of VR systems plugged in, and I just freaked a bunch of people out by clicking this button. Look at that. Don't look at it too much, it might freak you out. It morphs. It's a topological mathematical configuration that morphs at the same time. Weird stuff like that, all in these buttons up above, and you can access this stuff here. And if you want to get to the main page, it's right next to the type button, and that gets you everywhere in the VR world. This is all cloud-driven VR work, cutting edge. You'll never get a better use of your computer if you try it, just to check out. And no cookies are being mined whatsoever on our site that I know of. They may be mining cookies deep down in the site. That I can't control. But no mining of cookies. All right, it is fun, yeah. And it is not, they say not secure, only because it's not an HTTPS site. Cool Rock is set up, and Scraplet is set up as a HTTP site. And the guy who created Scraplet is a genius, and he is, I believe, one of the best coders in the world, but nobody seems to know it except me. So that's what I'm all about. There are games in there where you can drive cars. You can experience what it's like to actually ride in a car. Yeah, there are driving games in there too, for sure. Okay, so that's loading. Let's take a look at the news. Here it comes. Sometimes the VR systems load. There's a three-dimensional cool car. Isn't that neat? You can do anything you want with it. It is, you know, basically a cool car you can admire as it spins. But there are a lot of sites like that on there. Okie dokie. In the news. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And you can always hit refresh anytime to get the thing to go right back to where it was. Okay. No, we don't have a secure socket layer simply because it's costly, and at this point it's just a fun site. And I don't really have a problem with it. If you're having a problem getting a hold of the site, go to the Opera browser. Great. It's time for cowbell. I knew it. I knew you would request that. Absolutely. I think I'm getting a little asphyxiated from my deck. I did my deck today, and it started to rain about 2 hours after the first dry coat occurred. It's like, I really didn't need it to rain, but I knew it kind of could. But it'll still set up. Here's cowbell. Hello, can I help you? Okay, we are now receiving calls on our phone. That was fun. Hey, you know, we're not supposed to make life, you know, technology is supposed to make life fun. And that's why I created Cool Rock, by the way. Because I felt like it was really kind of a frustrating world on the internet. When the internet first started, the internet was really different than it is today. And in case you didn't know, we didn't really know where to go. And now when you hang out on Facebook or Google or wherever you hang out, you tend to have a meaningless, non-fun experience where you're not really doing anything but maybe chatting incessantly with people you don't know. And here you can chat in a group with one theme. Back in the AOL days, there were groups for every single city in America. And you could actually chat with people at your own age in groups designed for your age category. And that's how people connected on the internet. Now it's more like you go to some perv site and meet some weirdos who want to hook up behind the library for a quickie. And it's just a completely different world for a lot of people. So, yeah, and what I'd like to bring back is just the simplicity of AOL's feel, you know. At the time that AOL had these great chat rooms, we had places to chat all over the place like the chat room we have right now. But yeah, I miss Yahoo Chat too. I missed a lot. I had a chat company called VIP Excite that I met Sarah on. And it was really cool. It had incredibly flexible avatars. You can work with their avatar collection, which was huge, which I'd like to see more avatars. And we've got those with emoticons here and emojis. But it's just kind of strange. You can personalize the chat more on some of the older platforms, whereas now everything's kind of cut and dry. Whereas the old chat rooms were all over the place. People would take up a big portion of one single word, and there were no limits on the number of characters other than like 200 characters. And you could put a lot more chat down and take up more space. But when Blog TV arrived, and that technology arrived, chat was doing that and also rolling a mile a minute, which was almost uncontrollable. And there were a lot of workarounds that hackers had worked to make Blog TV relatively difficult for me to manage. And as soon as I started this, it was a veritable troll takedown. They were trying to stop us throughout the whole process. Well, impeachment is a slow process, Donald. It takes time. Well, you haven't made enough of the wall, and people are a little upset that the wall isn't bigger. Steve Bannon made more progress last weekend than you've made all along. So, And I think he may be running as Republican this year, 2020 maybe. He may be your competition in the Republican Party. I don't know. Consumer spending is up. I agree. Jobs are not still, well, again, unemployment's more like 45%, Donald. Good night. Take care. Bye. Yeah, he's kind of out of touch with reality. Go back to your show, whatever you're watching. He's doing his best to hold it together, though. I must admit, he can handle a lot of pressure. Trump can't. You know, I liked AOL because I had about 50 buddies, and you guys don't have that feeling of buddies, which we used to have. You have Facebook friends. And buddies were kind of like, you can drop them like no problem. Your Facebook friends are harder to get rid of. They keep coming back from various other sources. So that's a problem. Buddies used to come and go, and you want a trial and error period with people so you can know who you want to talk to. And that's still lacking on a lot of these sites. There are some dating sites like plentyoffish.com, POF.com. No, it's just a light in the studio. There's no thinning here. This is my hair. It's great. Yeah, plentyoffish.com is a free site. And I don't know, I hear the women there or the men there are basically repeat. They keep going back, so I'm your buddy. Thanks. Yeah. So if you're looking, POF is a great place to find fat hookers. No, I don't think so. I've seen a lot of really nice, I was with a friend one time looking at those women. They're decent. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go to a really interesting place to meet an older woman, go to Arizona. They're all over the place. Plenty of Fish, Arizona. They're pretty too. Yeah, if you're looking for an older woman to live with and marry, especially one that is, interested in, just visiting and traveling places, that would be kind of nice, and has her own finances. How to become a male prostitute on one of the many social networks out there. You like picking up women outside of Planned Parenthood? Oh man, that's weird. That's a weird fetish, Tom. Donald Trump said he's going to start minimizing the use of fetal tissue. I think he missed the whole thing. You're supposed to use the fetal tissue to find stem cell research to do organ replacement, not minimize the use of fetal tissue. Just stop selling baby body parts. That's the first step, Donald. Donald, if you're listening, tell Planned Parenthood to stop selling baby body parts. Well, I don't know about your stem cells, but my stem cells are all over the place. Okay, McDundy, we have a request for the Donald Trump video where he talks about how intelligent he is. This is classic stuff, and I don't mind taking requests because remember, this is virtual interactive chat where I respond instantaneously to your request and then play it within a fairly short period of time. My fellow Americans.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges in college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student. I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things. I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than I think almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. Like a smart person. I'm a very smart person. It's like I'm a smart person. Very intelligent person. Like a lot of us are really smart. I'm really smart. We're going to have smartness.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points And may God have mercy on your soul.
And Donald was just copying me because I was asked one time, David, what's your IQ? And I said, well, I have 185 IQ. I'm not lying, I do. And ever since then, it's been, oh, I'm a very smart, stable genius. And he talks about himself as though he's had a tested IQ. There's no IQ on file for Donald Trump. If there is, his father suppressed the evidence in his Cume folder when he arranged to have his bone spurs in his feet to get out of being a Vietnam War hero, which Donald Trump was not. He was a draft dodger. He dodged the draft 5 times that they know of with this bogus bone spur thing. And I guarantee Donald Trump has never had bone spur surgery. And you know, you don't get rid of bone spurs naturally. They're permanent in life. Not that I know, because I don't have bone spurs, but I can tell you I know enough about bone spurs that you need an operation to get rid of them, and he never had one. He would have been a guy in the military who took his chances, and very few of them came back alive. I mean, of all the men that were sent overseas, probably 1 out of 7 came back in a body bag. 58,000 men died in Vietnam, all because of the ineptitude of our leaders, and the same kind of leaders exist today, aka Donald Trump, who flippantly is threatening Iran like it was no big deal, like they could easily win. Well, the people that pull Donald Trump's strings, the deep state Zionists that think that he could win, are the ones that are trying to get rid of all of Israel's enemies, and they'll take the world down with us. Like I said, I knew the Democrats were not on the right track back when I was studying Fred Harris and his populist branch of the Democratic Party. Yeah, Fred Harris was really the first guy that I looked at as a third-party candidate. So throughout the 30 years that I was a Democrat, I was always looking for people that were more progressive or willing to take a populist stance. In no way did I just blindly follow the Democratic Party. Uh-oh, you had some eating pancakes. Uh-oh. Whoa. Yeah, they can fill up fast and then really blow up in your stomach. Okay, well, don't eat any more. Joe Biden denounces the Hyde Amendment, reversing his position. Okay. So now Joe Biden is going to reverse his position. I guess he's shooting for a different audience. After 2 days of intense criticism, Joseph Biden reversed himself Thursday night on one of the issues most important to Democratic voters, says that he no longer supports a measure that bans federal funding for most abortions. Okay. As recently as Wednesday, Mr. Biden's campaign had said he has supported the measure known as the Hyde Amendment. His decision to change positions illustrates the intense pressure he faces as the presumed frontrunner for the Democratic nomination for president. His turnaround was abrupt, particularly because Mr. Biden has grappled for decades with his views on abortion rights. While he has said he supports Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court ruling that made abortion legal nationwide, he has opposed members of his own party on a number of abortion issues, ascribing his reluctance to his Roman Catholic faith. Being he's a Roman Catholic, he's also a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. So he's a Roman Catholic and a Zionist. And he's leaning toward away from pro-choice, but now he's having to take a pro-choice stance because the Democrats are under attack by the Republicans. The Republicans have stacked the entire Supreme Court with their little cronies after they illegally won the race with Russia's help. And no doubt Donald Trump's crew of 127 meetings with the Russians helped that. Collusion led to this tricked, rigged election, and now they're trying to stack it against the right of a woman to make a choice. So yeah, Joe Biden's got a very serious task ahead to stand up for women's rights amidst the frontal assault by the far right. Now, I'm more than willing to offer alternatives to the far right's position. Ending body baby parts and Planned Parenthood. Offering ultrasound was my idea back in 2010 on Liberty Radio. I talked about offering ultrasound to people. Any woman who's seeking an abortion, we should give them a free ultrasound just to see the look of their baby before they terminate it. That would be really helpful to the people who are pro-life. 911 emergency 153 family to do urgent call out for truth censorship. New Zealand. Whoa, what's going on? Okay, thank you, Scissor Fight. Well, the word Zionist is becoming more of a New World Order expression. It's no longer about Israel anymore. We accept Israel as a nation. I don't reject Israel as a nation. You got to understand, the language is molding around the population. I'm trying to mold the language in some ways, believe it or not. Personally, I'm anti-abortion, but I recognize a woman's right to choose that, to make that choice. I wouldn't want a woman to have an abortion if I had a child inside of her. I would not want that. But I also recognize the need for a choice, because women have been hurt by backroom abortion clinics for years, and it's created a real cycle of abuse. And they now have 4D ultrasounds. No kidding. Wow. Well, I've always been anti-New World Order, but remember, when I first started this third party, I didn't even know what the New World Order was. So I've learned along with you from 2008 to 2019. We've learned together. And believe me, I wasn't quick to go anti-Zionist because so many people back then called it anti-Semitic. But when I understood the difference, that there's nothing wrong with being anti-Zionist, that Hitler was a Zionist and I didn't like Hitler, you begin to understand what's happening. They've been trying to clump Zionism and anti-Semitism into the anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism into the same concept. It's not. No, we're not in any way angry at Jewish people. In fact, I think Jewish people have had a bad reputation from a lot of influence from the Ashkenazis. I think they've lowered the bar on the chosen people and how they really are. I think people who are truly Jewish and have their Abrahamic relationship through their mother's 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 mother, they know the difference. The Pope might as well be Zionist because he does support a New World Order. And let's not forget that his efforts have been noticed around the world. We have one particular article that will really kind of blow your mind. Yeah, in fact, in this article at the New American, Pope Francis calls for an end of sovereignty and establishment of a global government. Yeah. So yeah, he's a Zionist. He's doing their bidding, basically. And they have their guy camped out in our show every night. Pitoro, are you here, Pitoro? He's the secretary. Or at least he claims to be. He's not in right now. Your racism? I've heard of that. I wondered about the Jains too, the Hindus. Yeah. I cannot Google the definition of Zionist, no. The Zionists have messed with the wiki too long to actually have a direct definition. It's no longer applicable. You've got to understand, these are the people that spend their time on the internet looking for ways to manipulate the media. You and I don't do that. We don't spend our time trying to install wiki BS. Yeah, we're not in any way altering. I doubt any one of you has filled out a wiki, but there are clubs of Zionists that gather every weekend and just go into the wiki and start putting stuff in and redirecting information. It's fun for them. They do it over the weekend for Shabbat, I think. Well, they turn their computer on at Friday night, and then they can do it during Shabbat so that they don't feel like they're violating religious dogma or tenets. Shabbat is the 2-day period where people who are Jewish cannot possibly use any technology unless it was already on at the time. And there's strict rules about that. So if you turn it on and your computer runs endlessly, as soon as you use it, you're allowed to work on your computers over the weekend. So they have parties, Shabbat parties, where they go in and work on the wiki. They've been rewriting history for years. This is nothing new. The Zionists have been a concerted plan to manipulate the American people and the world for years. No, your portable computers will be held at the door at the FEMA camp. You won't be allowed to bring your portable computer into the FEMA camp. Don't think for a second that FEMA camps are a good place. I would rather all of the FEMA camps didn't have even fencing. And there's really no reason to use FEMA camps because in an Ebola outbreak, the last thing we want to do is put you on a rail car and send you to a FEMA camp. You'd spread the disease. So it's a no-brainer that you wouldn't want to go to a FEMA camp. Don't send me to the FEMA camp, sir. Please, no. So I am the same guy that I was running for president a few years ago, and this is the same person. I'm not a different person. And just because I don't age doesn't mean I'm not the same person. Clearly, I look the same way I looked 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. I pretty much look like I was when I was 9 years old. Can you play the dude like... I played that before. We only do these requests twice a night. You just missed the earlier request. Don't worry, be happy. So you want to find out about when I was sitting among a bunch of socialist Democrats and they were all, politically correct, and some wrestler from Canada walked up behind me and snuck up behind me like a snake and then grabbed me by the head and put me in a full Nelson headlock, which is a felony, by the way. I'm not using hair plugs. These are real follicles from my hair. We could definitely do a request for Michelle Obama. Let's go to the green room, everybody. Come on! You know you want to. Uh-oh. The green room is gone. Ah, there it is. Michelle Obama. Here we go. Let's do the full Michelle from the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Joan Rivers.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I always mute myself whenever I talk about important stuff so that people with hearing impairment can hear what I say and know that I mean
Thank you for calling support.
Thank you for calling support. El may help you. We got Kitboga making contact with the illegal scammers. All right, so Kitboga will encounter a scammer. And IRL Rosie and Trilogy Media is teaming up. Really? That's kind of cool. They're all working together. This is awesome. Well, this is like the triumvirate of anti-scammers tonight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. I'll play that tonight. That'll be awesome. Yeah, some people like it. You know, it's good filler. We have 4 hours of video to play, and it's not easy to fill that up without a staff of 50 people at an entire network. So the link providers like Scissorfight are really invaluable to our show. Without him, I don't think I'd even have a late show other than playing the same movies over and over again. Last night I played Rick Simpson's story, the story of a guy who cured basal cell carcinoma with hemp and CBD oil that he made naturally. Yeah, and that was good. I didn't mind playing it the second week in a row. It was a really good 38-minute show about Rick Simpson and his oil that he uses. No, the Rick Ashley story is not that interesting. Yes, I was. That video is uploaded on the internet. That entire encounter we had. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Somebody figured out I was in a Starbucks, and Sarah said it was near Disneyland, so somebody called 6 Starbucks within this 1 mile radius and managed to find one of the managers, say, "Hey, are you David?" And I said, "Yeah, your wife is having a baby." And then I thought that we had actually been compromised, even though I was using a VPN. And what I realized is they were just using the numbers. You know, any Starbucks, there's 6 of them around the Disneyland area, could have been called. They called them all. Yeah, I don't have any children. Is that okay? Should I feel guilty for not having kids? It's a true story. It happened on our show. I don't really have a desire to have children right now. I'm too busy having fun, you know. I can always have children when I turn 115 or so. Yeah, there's plenty of time to have children. Yeah, I'd be really fun in bed if I'm 115, don't you think? Oh, come over here, honey. Sarah, you know, biblical history said that Sarah had a baby at, what, 99? Maybe Sarah wants to have a child at 99. You never know. She might feel the urge. Trump had Barron when he was 58, and then he proceeded to have two adulterous relationships with 2 women that we know of, allegedly. Well, I don't think anyone really cares at that point what's you know, if you're blowing blanks, does it really matter? I mean, ask the big questions. Well, I don't know. You know, just to have a girlfriend at that age would be kind of nice, you know? Yeah, Dave, I kind of agree. Sorry. That was the guy that created Bitcoin, but no one ever could claim that he really did. You know, hey, if you happen to see this driver on the street, you need to ask yourself, who is this person and why do they have their driver's license online? This Canadian driver has been spotted driving around in Dearborn, Michigan. We just don't know who it is exactly, except her name is right there. Okay. You know, some of those drivers are really proud of their driver's license. In Dearborn, they do ask you to, the U.S. side asks you to actually show your face. So that's a good thing. At least we have pictures of their face. But when they're driving, we won't know if it's really them, unless they take off their, whoopsie. Missed it by that much. 99? Get me the flip phone. I'd like to make a call to control. Oh, Max. Okay. Well, there are old people out there, let's just suffice to say, who've had children, okay? Didn't Willie Nelson have Luke Nelson when he was like 80? What is he, 72, I think that's when he had him. I don't know. Well, at least I'm not some moron like Albert Einstein. Jeez, you'd have to be a real idiot to have developed nuclear weapons to destroy the world 50 times over. What a fool. Can you imagine? You know that Tesla called Albert Einstein an absolute idiot? Isn't that interesting? Maury Povich had a kid at 77 years old. At least I'm not an idiot like him. Oh my gosh, I look just like him. Okay. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. Yes. Einstein stole his professor's work. An ad claimed it was his. Yep. And you know, when Einstein was actually interviewed, he absolutely made no sense at all. Yeah, he had great hair. They say he was like well, the true story about Shakespeare was that Shakespeare was a really illiterate actor who was used to be the dummy writer or the ghost writer for all of these amazing works of art that were ushered forth by Sir Francis Bacon. The true story of Shakespeare is very interesting. They kind of did that with Einstein. Stephen Hawking had a kind of a similar persona too. He never lived like they say he did.
Is there any way out of this impasse created by man himself? All of us, and particularly those who are responsible for the attitude of the US and the USSR, should realize that we may have vanquished an external enemy, but have been incapable of getting rid of the mentality created by war.
The mentality created by war was ostensibly created and enhanced by his development of the theory of relativity. So in a way, he may have been the world's biggest fraud. You don't know. You know, I was touched by Robert Oppenheimer as a child, not in a decent way. My mother was working on the space program. We believe that persona non grata may have died. Yeah, that's my newest theory, that persona non grata was terminated for revealing truth about Mark and his secret cabal. But Robert Oppenheimer was a guy who he wandered into where my mother was working. And, you know, it was just kind of a weird thing. My mother was the only person female working at the time at this particular location, surrounded by nuclear physicists. And Robert Oppenheimer went up to her and asked if he could actually touch the baby. And I was the baby. And I was inside my mother's womb at the time, and she worked up until like 5 days before she gave birth to me. I think maybe even 2 days before she gave birth to me. My mother loved to work, and she was an amazing executive secretary at a major firm that dealt with the nuclear science secrets. But my biggest question really is, what did Robert Oppenheimer know? And what was he going to reveal about nuclear weapons that would have been endangering his family? He even had a high voice like this. Isn't it amazing? I even look like him. But no, he touched my mother, and my mother said I kicked at the time. Like, get out of here. I gave him a roundhouse kick. Get out of here, you nuclear scientist working in the Manhattan Project. I don't like you, buddy. And I must say, during my prenatal memories, I did get a weird vibe. How many of you have prenatal memories? Am I the only one? It's entirely possible for our brain to remember its early origins. Yeah, I do. My mother did smoke quite a bit. I didn't know the name of the Manhattan Project in the womb, no. I didn't learn English until I was about 2 or 3 months before being birthed. I was probably in my first trimester when he touched me. Come on, seriously. Nobody knows English out of the chute. You have to learn that. But your ideas and your thoughts don't necessarily need words. Because remember, words are just ways of sharing your ideas or thoughts. Even the words ideas or thoughts don't come before the ideas and thoughts. Does the chicken come before the egg, or the DNA come before the egg? Be shapeless. But no, the ideas and thoughts that are in our head are shaped into words later in life. So I had ideas and thoughts at birth, and prenatally I may have had memories as well. At least I believe I have, because I've thought other people had those memories, but I was not correct. Other people don't have those memories. You don't know, because we all live this world through our own experience and perceptions. I believe I did, yeah, simply because those memories were before I was born. So that's a prenatal memory. Yeah, I'm going to be writing about all these memories that I have, prenatal memories, in my book, and I'll give you, certainly more information about it, but right now I'm going to keep it personal. But there are some pretty powerful things that happen throughout life that leave indelible memories permanent, and I have quite a few of those. I've had a lot of experiences at a young age that most people would never have had. So your first memory was a smell? Interesting. Wow. You remember drowning? Oh my gosh. It could be, my mother believed in reincarnation. She believed that she had actually gone to she had some uncanny experiences. One of them was a small town in the Midwest that she knew everything about. And she believed that she had many lives, that she had lived many lives. And she believed that she had actually lived in this town, and I'm not going to name the name, but she kept having dreams that were repetitive about an encounter with a Native American and a big knife. And one time she was out on the road on a cross-country trip that she was taking to see her father, who was sick, and she encountered a guy rear-ended her. And it turns out he was this big Native American guy, like 6'5", and he was walking up to the car with a big bow knife, because he literally had to use the bow knife to dislodge the bumpers. And she described this experience as being like a complete fulfillment of this dream that she had, a repetitive dream. Anyway, it turns out he was from that town that she claimed that she had a previous existence in. And my mother was always talking about these types of experiences as though, it's a matter of fact, but here we are talking about things that no one would ever even think are real. And she had these experiences in another town, and she described the town to the guy, and he said, oh yeah, that's exactly the town. And she even knew everything about that town. So how is that possible if she had never ever been to that town? It's seemingly impossible. Yes, my mother had Native American history. On our family, on her side, apparently 8 generations ago, an Algonquin grandmother existed. So I have an Algonquin heritage that dates back to that time period. And I can see a resemblance in the shape and face of the Algonquin Indians. One in particular, this man, he's not tall like I am because I've got Scandinavian in me, but you can see a similarity in our facial construct, this Algonquin Indian, and the nose too. It's kind of an uncanny thing. My eyes are farther apart than him, but very similar. Yeah, so there you have it. Kind of a mix, like Manny Mo. Yeah, the Algonquins women ruled the tribe. So apparently this woman was a high-level tribal leader. That's what I'm thinking. I don't have repetitive dreams, no. I used to as a kid. I was traumatized as a child. Many different things happened to me. Not molestation, but traumatic events, that stick out in your mind. So as a kid, I had a lot of dreams. A couple in particular about abduction. Yeah, I will never forget. I had this dream going for at least 4 or 5 years of feeling like I was going to be abducted. My brother and I had a falling out about over 10 years ago now. Yeah, 12 years ago. And it was not something we could possibly correct. You are not alone.
Hickok 45 here.
We got Armed in 1876. Antique weaponry is going to be shown on our show later tonight. So we got a couple things in the lineup. 9/11 emergency, 153 family to do. 10 minutes of that coming up out of the chute at 10 o'clock. And then this is an urgent call out for truth against censorship. And then Armed in 1876. He's going to show you some antique weapons and how to shoot them. A gun enthusiast named Hickok. Yeah. Hickok 45. Or Hick-OK 45. But yeah, there's not a lot you could do when you have give that up. You're going to get banned again if you keep that up. If you have another family member that you don't get along with and haven't throughout your entire life, don't bother. Yeah. It's not worth the mental torture and the drama of having to relive your childhood every time you encounter somebody who you just don't get along with. Really. I have no idea. We're completely opposite. We're completely opposite. That's the falling out. We're two opposite people. You couldn't have two people on polar opposites if you tried. Completely different. Everything about me is different. There's nothing to mend. There was never a relationship. You have to understand there's nothing to mend. Yeah, for a lot of people, growing up is not exactly a rose garden. And my mother was in a car accident when I was 5 years old that would have killed anybody, but she was lucky enough to have a plastic surgeon at the location to save her. And after my fifth year, life changed for me. I never said it was every man for himself in my family. No, that's not true. In fact, you're Melco. You don't even belong in here. Well, yeah, that was a problem. We had Connie on the show, and she didn't really want to follow any of the standards that we live by here. So it was just a kind of a question of what is she going to say next. I had no idea what was going to come out of her mouth, and she made a few statements that were over the top. So we couldn't really have that going on either. But the whole idea of having perfect family, that's a fantasy. Don't even fall into that rule. Some people think you've got to be nice at family gatherings, and you should be cordial and not in any way create arguments and relive past aggressions when you meet. Whereas in my family, we would always do that. We would always live out, verbal aggression. So it was not something you'd want to repeat over and over again. So you realize, there's nothing really to salvage. If your history of that person is one of animosity and anger, how is that a relationship? Actually, if you have the belief that, say you have a friend, and your friend tells you you're all the things that make you feel bad, and they hurt you, and they make you feel like less than who you are. How can that person be a friend? Think about that. And get back to me on that. Yeah, friends are defined by how you feel. The feeling that you get when you're around them, and whether they really appreciate you, not who you think you are or who they think you are, but who you are. No, I never allowed anybody to make me feel less than I am. Hardly. And you're out of here again. I'm saying when somebody tries to make you feel less than you are, not that you want to allow them to happen, but when somebody tries to do that, what's the point of having a friendship with somebody like that? That's what I'm saying. Thank you. But I was undervalued by certain members of my family, so I just realized that, well, being I've got to bear these burdens, I'll bear them on my own. And I'm probably the one person that not many people have done what I've done. Not many people have gone the distance to take care of family members and go be as a family guy as I've been. And I know the difference. And I can tell the people that aren't that way aren't worthy of my familyness. When you put your effort into being a good person in a family and you're like way ahead of the rest, what's the point of having them in their family? I was the only one that stepped up with my parents and took care of them all the way through the end of their life. The other members didn't do anything. They didn't lift a finger. So a history of that is enough to keep you aware of the fact that you've got worth. Is it really in your best interest to surround yourself by that negativity? Oh, there's a prior history involved. When you grow up with people, there's always a prior history involved. It's none of your business. Well, it's just some common sense. There's always going to be a prior history involved with somebody you're related to. Yeah, I mean, that's a given. That's like a postulate in order to create a theorem in geometry. You need postulates to predicate your argument. I'm sorry, you didn't take geometry. Yeah, and that was a big problem, the fact that that happened. Sure. I mean, I've carried the burden of everybody all the way. I've done it all. So why would that be something that I should be accused of something when I did everything? All right, this has been wonderful. I haven't talked about my personal life in a long time, so thanks for letting me talk about that. Yeah, Sarah and I came from fairly big families. Sarah came from a very large family. I think this lull in the business of our economy is going to eventually cost us. But right now, the Dow Jones is still doing very well from the previous encounter, up 181, up to 25,720. The Dow Jones is still going up after Donald Trump's visit with the UK and the Illuminati puppeteers. I'm a friend to everybody now. Yeah, the whole world is my friend. You have to understand that I am a very private person, but at the same time, I'm very public. One of the most public people in the world. And that's something that I really enjoy. I enjoy these shows. I wouldn't do them if I didn't enjoy them. Okay, WTF on the weather. Nothing like it ever before. Severe weather erupting all over. Let's take a look at that.
Hi, everyone. It is June 5, 2019. I have never seen anything like this before. We've entered a new era, and it's called I have never seen anything like this before. Never seen anything like it. What the hell is going on? Well, what we have here is manufactured severe storms. All of the red, that indicates severe storms. And it erupts because, well, take a look at my video that I posted earlier. Take a look at the radar. Where did this come from? I don't know. They created it. But have you ever seen storms? Missouri and Ohio and Illinois and Indiana,
Yeah, this is predictive flooding going on. Never Lose Truth has a great assessment. She uses this channel that does the radar, Doppler radar, and it shows you how they're using radio frequencies to manipulate the weather. Now, when they dump heavy metals in the weather through chemtrails like this, these spread out in the atmosphere and become like a floating suspension, a colloidal suspension in the atmosphere. They don't, heavy metals that small don't drop. They may drop somewhat, but mostly they're manipulatable using charged electric beams, electronic beams, electromagnetic frequency beams. And what Tesla developed was a way in which he could manipulate those heavy metals and change the weather, along with sending electricity through the air. And he was on about 2 or 3 or 4 different areas that have still not been fully developed. But remember, Tesla had never studied the dangers of these items, and he himself looked like a skeleton toward the end there. So it's very likely that he underestimated the dangers of the electronic use of the weather. And I still believe that we're messing with the magnetosphere, and ultimately it's going to backfire on us. And these idiots that think they've got weather modification under control are actually the harbingers of a deep evil plot to kill off the human race. So I'm not afraid to tell you that that's a big problem. So technology is great when it helps us, but when it's being used to manipulate the weather and make us all feel bad and lower our resistance to disease and who knows, even spread disease, you got to wonder what their end game is. But it is definitely depopulation. Because in our schools, that's what they tell everybody, they want to get the population down. Now, there's no science behind what they're saying. The only problem with the population is that we aren't properly recycling the waste that's coming out of our industrial cycle. And that's due to the rich people who refuse to spend extra money, and they just want to make money and profit continuously. Instead of getting rid of the plastic waste that's being produced by this cycle of capitalism, they're using it as a profit mechanism. And now they think they can just smother us in the pollution that they created. So instead of solving the problems on Earth, they are essentially becoming the problem. And they see us as the problem. So they're the problem, but they see us as the problem, and now they're trying to get rid of us. And I'll close with that note. Thank you very much for coming into our Technology Thursday show. We'll be up till 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 more hours of video. And I'll be bringing in new stuff and old stuff, depending on what I need to fill in. Not really. We have altered the magnetic field. In fact, we are in a different space and a different place technologically. You just don't seem to understand that. Yeah. Not at all. My theory is actually rock solid. In fact, Tesla developed these technologies in the early 1900s. You need to get it with the program. You people are so myopic, you don't even understand what's happening around you. It's almost like I'm talking to roaches, and I'm in a higher species of lemur or something. It's like, people, wake up. You're being sprayed like insects. A high-flying ladybug swarm shows up on the National Weather Service radar. Well, aren't those ladybugs cute? They're probably seeking safe haven from the electromagnetic frequencies. There they are. Nice. Ladybugs. That's pretty interesting. Prevalence of ladybugs. I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, well, this has definitely been a non-stop chatty session for me. And I will be signing off, going back to my workout schedule. I'm trying to look like Jean-Claude Van Damme. I have yet to really get the sculpted look he's achieved. But you got to wonder, does this guy drink and work out, or work out and then drink? I don't know. I think he works out, then he drinks. Okay. Good night, everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow for Freedom Friday at 5 p.m. Take care.
My Mr. Right, too good. Just do my work. make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good